Constitution of the Star-Spangled Banner, it's still nothing more than one big steaming pile of red, white, and blue all-American bullshit. Because think of how we started. Think of that. This country was founded by a group of slave owners who told us all men are created equal. Oh yeah, all men, except for Indians and niggers and women, right? Always like to use that authentic American language. This was a small group of unelected white male land-holding slave owners who also suggested their class be the only one allowed to vote. Now that is what's known as being stunningly and embarrassingly full of shit. And I think Americans really show their ignorance when they say they want their politicians to be honest. What are these fucking cretins talking about? If honesty were suddenly introduced into American life, the whole system would collapse. No one would know what to do. Honesty would fuck this country up.
What's that smell?
Celebrating 15 years of Rabbit and Red Radio. Now here's your hosts, the King of Porntown and Michael J.
Producer Mike!
You're right there.
I was sharing the live on Facebook.
Right fucking there. Right there.
No, and it's and okay, so here's how that intro came together.
Okay.
I was like, I want to do something, and then I remember the clip. I made it as a reel, maybe like a couple of years ago. So I was like, yes, perfect. We'll pull this. And I was like, now see, in my mind, Hogan is the star of that scene, obviously.
Yes.
And so I see you as the star of the show. That's why you had to be Hogan. I was the imbecile
Jeez.
out of fear.
Oh, you're gonna make me blush.
I mean, you are, because I can't do this shit. Look, dude,
it takes two. I am certainly not a lone partner in this, nor would I want to be. It is maybe, I mean, if you were to look at like the predominance of who talks, I mean, if you were to measure that, sure, you can make the case for that, but you can't have one without the other. So you are as much important to this as I am. But there is one thing that solely I bring to the table, and let me get to that real quick. As always, folks, it is Rabbit and Red Radio. It is Thursday. You're here with us for some reason, but we do appreciate it. We're happy to be here with you. It is me, Theo. It's that one weirdo. And with me always is Producer Mike!
Okay, so I'm sure that your girlfriend or somebody, I'm sure your girlfriend is in the apartment.
No,
At most times when you say that. Oh, thank God.
At most points she is, but I can tell you right now, so in case people hadn't noticed, who I am here and who I am in the world is the same prick. I think she has gotten very used to, I should say, just me being kind of a noisy boomstick, just doing whatever I do. So I'm sure she hears it, but she knows what it's a part of, so it doesn't bother her. Now, my neighbors, on the other hand, well, the ones on the sides of me, they're pretty cool. I don't really talk to them because I don't like people. but from what little I do deal
Yes.
with them, they're quite nice. Now, the mutant circus fucks below me that probably sprang from like Chernobyl after eating onions near the reactor. They were growing near the reactor, I should say. Those chuckleheads, I could see them being the outlier because they're loud as fuck. There is one woman down there, and I use the term woman loosely because she's easily 300 pounds and she could fucking play linebacker for the Chicago Bears.
Ooh, that's a rough one. I have to move
That's a
forward.
that's a big
My
one.
head is shining. My head is shining. I have to
That's
move
a,
forward.
that's a big one. She craps bigger than both of us combined.
Well, I'll tell you, my craps, since I've been eating more plant-based foods, they're actually like normal now for
Yes,
some reason.
and I bet you go more often because when I was vegan, like my first month and a half, oh
Mhm.
my god, nobody had warned me. I think I mentioned this last show, but nobody had warned me, and I guess it's different for everybody. But nobody had warned me that in some cases the body will clear itself because
Right.
you get a lot of stuff built up and it sticks around, and that's just the name of the game. Well, I I knew I wasn't in like the best shape, but I was like, I figure I'm pretty regular and stuff like that. And it's different for everybody. Oh, my cheddar bacon biscuit. I kid you not, my first um month and a half, give or take,
Mhm.
I could not stop going to the can.
Yeah. Oh,
It was
I
like 5, 6 times a day. And it
ooh.
and it was like, especially like the first 2 weeks in.
Mhm.
Like, I mean, my body was like a bouncer. It was like everybody out. It
Mhm.
was great.
Oh,
It was crazy because I was like, oh my god.
yeah, I believe it. And see that's my thing. Now I'm not like total like vegan or vegetarian. I'll still eat like some like I mix it up, because I'm just trying to up my protein and just trying to get myself in some general like better health. And
It's always a good thing.
like I'm taking like beetroot now and shit too.
Oh,
So it's
nice,
like,
nice.
I'm trying to do whatever. So, but my thing is like, and this goes the other day, like I'm just sitting there and all of a sudden, like I could go like maybe once every other day or once every 2 days and I'd be fine. But now it's like I went like one day and then I'm sitting there the next day and I'm having my coffee and I'm eating. Like I just had a protein bar and I had coffee and I'm drinking and I'm eating and I'm like, this is good. And I'm like, I feel like I have to go to the bathroom. And I'm like, but do I really have to go? And I'm like, no, I don't think I have to go. But then, because like Leave It to Beaver was on, and I love watching Leave It to Beaver in the mornings as I'm having my call. Dude, I am the type of person that has seen that show so many damn times that I can tell you what season we're watching based on the intro to the show.
Love that.
So I'm just like I'm loving it. I'm sitting there, and it's like I'm like no, something's brewing here. I'm like, but do I really want to get up?
It's brutal.
I'm like, because I can't pause the TV, and I've seen this episode probably like 10 to 20 times, but I don't want to get up because I'm still like just glued. I'm like into it. I'm like, yes, like classic TV. I love it. Bring it to me. I'm loving it. I'm enjoying it. Then the next thing, I'm like, nope, you got to get up. You have to get up now. So I'm like pulling myself up. I grab the canes and I'm like shuffling quickly to the bathroom and I put the seat down and I sit on the bowl. And as soon as I sit down, it's like, is this really like this or what? And it's like, I'm like, I mean, because when I was a kid, like, a teenager in middle school, I used to hold it for like 2 weeks.
Good
And then I
God.
and then I would go. Like, dude, I remember one time
How did you
I
not die?
dude, I have no idea. I don't know. But I remember one time, like, I literally was at school and I had to go to the bathroom and I'm like 12, 13 years old. And I went and it was like so big and hard that I literally just, like, wiped and put the toilet paper in there, and I just left it, and I went back to class.
Oh my god. You're like, you
So
couldn't flush because you're like, somebody's gonna have to snake that thing. That's
exactly.
insane.
So, like, a few periods later, I'm in another class, obviously, and it's like, this kid came in and I'm like, "Dude, did you see somebody left a huge shit up in the 3rd floor bathroom?" And, they're like, "Really? Is it?" They're like, "Dude, it was huge." And it's like, it flooded the bathroom flo I'm like, "Oh, that's great." And I was just like, "Yeah," I'm thinking in my head, like, I'm kinda proud of myself, kinda proud of myself. But case in point is now it's the opposite of that, and I can't, like, go 2 weeks. Now it's like I'm like an everyday type fella, and I
Mhm.
just it's weird getting used to that.
I take
Very weird.
kale pills. I used to eat a lot of kale when I was vegan. I actually like kale, like in salads and
Kale
stuff
is
like
good.
that. Kale is good and it's
Never
very
had it.
good
What
for
does it
you.
taste like?
Kale?
Yeah,
Kale
what does it
tastes
taste like?
like, I mean, it's not really comparable, but it kind of reminds me of spinach in its own way. It's not spinach, but it's kind of in
Mhm.
that ballpark, at least to me. I like the stuff. Um, kale used to be considered, you know how you used to see buffets and they have all the ice and then they put like this garnish and people, and I don't know if it was kale, but people are like, yeah, that's kale. Like you can eat that
Mhm.
stuff. And it's like, apparently you can. But I take kale pills like a supplement because I do know it is good for the body and it kind of scrubs stuff out. But there are some times, oh my god, I once let out a fart about 2 weeks ago. I fucking took the paint off the walls.
Hmm. Now I'm wondering if I should get kale pills and take because I take fish oil and I take the beetroot stuff. Now I'm wondering if I should get kale pills because I'm afraid to eat it because I
Right.
might not like it. But the pills are just as good as eating it, like, it's
It is in its own way. I mean, it's not the same. It's better for you if you
right,
obviously eat it. That's kind
right.
of a given. Um, and for me, it's like, well, yeah, if i- if you if you try it, it's okay. Obviously, it's like a many of things where it's not for everybody. And then some people, you know what I mean? Like people won't necessarily connect the two because if you take it, it doesn't really taste like anything. If you eat kale, because there are some people, it's like, yeah, leafy greens, I hate that shit. And it's like, well, give it a shot. Um, and it does help, I think, because I remember, eating kale when I was vegan, and oh boy, like if you ever think about the ideal of something making you regular, that was it.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That stuff will scrub you clean. Like you don't even have to eat like a fucking Brillo pad. That stuff will scrub you through.
See, my fear is that I wouldn't move fast enough to the toilet and, it'll scrub me clean and it'll end up all over the floor.
I mean, that's a concern.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
because
that's
I'm sure
something you can kind of, I get that. Because I've had some close calls with some kale when I was vegan. I ain't gonna lie. There were a couple I was like, "Whoo!"
Yeah, that scares me. That
Yeah,
scares me.
yeah.
Hmm.
Stuff's kind of. I mean, and anytime. It's funny how. I mean, yes, obviously people eat meat stuff like that, but it had been determined, and people like to talk about cave people,
Mhm.
like they hunted all this shit down and stuff, and it's like, well, actually, at least from what I read, that's not entirely accurate. Yes, they got protein from certain sources, but a lot of it was what was grown because that was the path of least resistance. Like you think of like a saber-toothed tiger in that time. How many
Mhm.
motherfuckers you think it would take to take that SOB down? Like you really think a one-on-one is going to happen? I don't know about that.
No, no.
Especially if you're talking about like a spear. Like yes, it's a distancing weapon to where
Mhm.
he's not going to get close. But that thing's got agility on its side.
I mean, hey, it's a killer. It's going to kill us all. I can't.
Exactly. Yeah, it's. I mean, unless you're going to be like a soothsayer and be like, oh yeah, go to sleep. Yeah, go to sleep,
No,
death machine. Ooh. Like, no.
yeah,
It's not what's
I
going to
would
happen.
do that and it would snap my hand off, and then you want to pet me? I'll take your hand. No, that's
Well, and I'm one of those, like, I just think about like our evolution. Like, there's certain things. It's like, oh well, that's what we were like, and it's like it was. Like, I don't like. I mean, okay, think about now. Like when some fuckhole dentist pays to feel like a man and go shoot a fucking lion. And I love, and I'll be honest, I'm one of those people. I was in the military for so many years, and any loss of life under any circumstances is tragic or can be tragic. But also, if you put yourself in certain situations, you have to kind of understand or accept the consequence. And not to be like a cold-blooded bastard, but I also look at like just general life. And I'm one of those types, I'm like, okay, if you spend a bunch of money to go hunt a tiger, a lion, if you will, whatever the case may be, yeah, you got the gun, but you're the away team. He's on the home team. You have to understand the fact that he can still get the drop on you and you not stand a chance. It is absolutely possible. And it's funny because people don't want to think that way. It's like, well, I'm the one that's armed to the teeth and I'm the apex predator and stuff. And it's like, buddy, it's still his. They are far descended from evolution. They are much, much more part of evolution than any case could be made for you and I. You're still on their turf. That's just the facts.
yeah. Yeah.
So I always kind of see it that way. And when I think of like our prehistoric ancestors, like, yes, they were able to kind of channel things over time, but it's also like, when did they reach that point? Because you're still talking lions and tigers and bears, oh my.
Right.
You're still talking about natural predators in their part of the world, not, us being like, well, we're in control. It's like, no, we're not.
No, not at all. That's the whole thing. We're not. And it's just, and it's see.
Well, and you think about like when people say, we are technically the dominant species, which is a yes and no. And the reason I say that is because it's like, well, what are we basing that on? Because if we're talking about sheer numbers, I mean, think about like insects. There are billions upon billions of spiders and ants and flies. And like, are we thinking along those lines? Okay, maybe. But then you also think about like, well, we're the apex predator because, we have a handle on everything. And it's like, well, we really don't. There is a lot of the globe that we haven't gotten to yet. And then you think about the ocean. You think about the fact that there's 70% of this planet that's covered in water that has yet to be fully traversed or cataloged. A lot of it is, I mean, you can have fucking James Cameron or, the billionaire idiots who decided to take like a fucking piece of fiberglass and it's like, hey, you want to go see the Titanic? It's like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, that was.
And that's another thing. I feel bad for that kid that decided to shut his dad up and his dad bullying him onto that thing. And the kid was terrified and even, implored his dad, like, don't fucking get on this thing. And there were other peoples. There was like some YouTuber, and there were other peoples who were like, oh, hey, we're going to go see the Titanic. And they were like all cool about it. And they were like, oh, that's great. And then they took a look at this thing and they went, are you shitting me?
Mm-hmm.
It is insane.
Yeah, that is. Like, why would you do that?
Well, and of course the mindset is like, well, you have to trust the experts. But when you look back at the history, this company and this guy and this craft of his, it was just a question of when. They were begging for an incident. It was just a question of when. And it unfortunately happened with this kid. As far as the billionaire fuckheads, I could give two shits less.
Right.
Because if you walk up to this thing and the first thing on your mind is like, let's go, when others before them, and they put it on social media. So it wasn't like this grand secret of, oh yeah, we can't. Yeah, we're not going to get on this thing. And then it was like, no, you don't understand. Others tried to go, paid their fare, and then either didn't get on or there was like some weather warning. And they had to cancel on a lot of cases because of weather warnings, knowing that this thing could not withstand all that. And it's like, if you want to do it right. And yes, it costs more money, but now they've cost lives. And that's the duality of the situation where it's like, well, these billionaire fucks, it's on them, but also it's like, yeah, people died. And especially that kid, he was trying to impress his dad, and his dad fucking, basically punked him like, oh, well, don't be a wimp. And it's like, look, if the 17-year-old, and think about when you were 17 and we're like, let's do whatever the fuck we want. Like, the dad was a billionaire. So I was like, we got fuck you money. We got fuck him money. We got fuck that motherfucker money. And he's saying no.
Yeah, I mean,
do
at that
something adventurous, possibly reckless, but he's like, no, this shit ain't right. My spider sense is fucking tingling, and this shit ain't right. Mm-hmm. We have a better chance getting down there safely in a fucking inner tube.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's the thing. And, and I'm gonna, because you said about spider senses tingling, and I'm switching it up for a second because holy shit. So I watched Presumed Innocent. I told you that. And then the other night.
Now, did you watch the movie or the series?
No, the movie. I haven't seen the series yet. But the movie was really good. I enjoyed that. I thought
movie's wonderful.
Was great in that. Yeah, love that a lot. And then I watched what was that other movie that I watched? Did I tell you that I watched Suspect with Cher and Dennis Quaid.
Oh shit! And Liam Neeson, he was the homeless guy.
Yeah, dude, I didn't. When he first appeared on the screen and he had the beard and the mustache, I didn't realize that was Liam Neeson. I just thought it was like some guy playing a homeless derelict or whatever that was like dumb or whatever.
You were like, oh,
yeah. Then he comes into court because I saw his name in the opening credits, and I'm like,
where's he?
Yeah. And then so then he comes into court and he's all shaved, and I'm like, Qui-Gon? What? So, yes. And it's like, so I enjoyed that, but I'm realizing something. Oh, and then I watched, over the weekend, I watched Cop with James Woods from.
Oh, wow.
I think that was. So,
wow, that's an old one.
Yeah, and here's what I'm noticing with these movies from the 80s that are like, these like thriller type things. Like you talk about spider senses tingling. Well, these movies, for whatever reason, they make my ass tingle. Like I watch them and my ass literally like tingles, and I don't
That's
get
the best review. That is the best review. You should actually use that as a review. Be like, this made my ass tingle.
I don't know if I wrote that on Letterboxd. I'm gonna have to edit my review and add that to the Letterboxd review because I think that, So now it's like when I watch a movie like that from the 80s, I realize that if it's good, it's an ass tingler film. So like I want to watch
That'd be the best review
Eyewitness.
ever. Made my
Yeah,
ass tingle.
yeah. And I want to watch. Did you ever see the movie Eyewitness from 1981 with Sigourney Weaver and William Hurt? And I believe it was directed by the same guy um, that directed Suspect. And I want to see that because I have a feeling that's going to be a real tingler film. So I'm looking forward to that one. I gotta find it somewhere. So
I'm trying to think. It sounds familiar. I don't think I've seen it.
yeah, I haven't either. But I saw like trailers and stuff for it back in the day, but I never saw it. And when I was looking up Suspect, Eyewitness came up because, like I said, it was directed by the same guy, and I was like, hmm. And then I feel like looking into like this guy's filmography, and I'm like, he must make like ass tinglers. That must be the subtitle of the movie that he's making is ass tinglers. So and I wonder if he's still alive
Let's
because we
see.
could get him on here, and I could say to him that
You
you
make
make
ass tinglers.
yes, 100%. I
Let's see. Who was the director? I think it was like
I
Norman
forget the guy's
Jewison or
name.
something.
It
I'm trying
was
to
it was
remember.
something that I forget his name because I remember I tried to commit it to memory after I saw Suspect, and
Peter
then
Yates.
that's it. Yeah,
Peter Yates.
now it, yeah, yeah. Well, he's Peter Ass Tingler Yates.
That's an official term, of course.
I wonder how old he is, because
He's got to be in
I
his
thought
70s, 80s.
yeah, he's got to be. Yeah. Well, see, then he would appreciate, I think, being told that he makes ass tinglers at this advanced age. Because I'd be like, look, I know you're probably on the way out at some point, and this is a
But you make
legacy you left
but you
behind.
make ass tingle. Yeah, but you make ass tinglers, sir. And I
Yeah,
want you to be
I mean,
proud about the asses you've been tingling.
yeah. I mean, because this is okay. So it's like, so here is my. So Saturday was a Tubi movie day. I called it because I just watched shit on Tubi, and it's like the first. I started off with Cop. Cop really got that like tingling. So it was like that was the first. Then I watched Straight Jacket with Joan Crawford. That was a William Castle movie from
Oh, wow. That's a good one. That's
1983.
way back
Yeah,
when.
yeah, that was good. And you know what I liked about that one? I don't know if you remember, but there was kind of like a scene. I like to call it the reverse shower scene because this one woman goes to the like in the bathroom, goes up to the shower, and pulls open the curtain, expecting to see like Joan Crawford there, gonna like kill her, but there was nobody there, and I was like, wow, that's pretty ingenious, and that was another tingler moment for that film. Um, because I was like, is she there? Is she there? Is she there? Is she there? And then she opened, and I'm like, yes, no, she's not there. But you
The
already
ass
started
tingling.
tingling because you thought she was there.
Prepare
You know,
that's the best way to put it. Like prepare to have your ass tingled.
yeah, and see, now I think we need to remake William Castle's The Tingler, and instead of like shocking scenes where people get like a jolt like that, shoot them so their ass jolts and starts tingling, and then that'll be the real like tingler.
Oh my
Yeah,
god, that'd be
I'm all
awesome.
for it. Let's do it. Let's. So then presumed innocent. Oh, that was another one, and I'll tell
Presumed
you,
innocent. Oh, that one's so good.
and 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 it's been out for a while. So if you didn't see it, mute the thing or pause us or fast forward us or whatever
Spoilers.
you do. I just need to say this. Bonnie Bedelia, who plays Harrison Ford's wife in the film,
Uh-huh.
she went from being a hero in Die Hard, who I loved, up in the air, punching fucking William Atherton in the fucking face. I loved it.
Hell yeah.
and now, well, that was in Die Hard 2. That's right. No, wait, she
That
did
was
that
in one. In one, she punched
right,
him in the
and then
face, and
2,
two, she tased him. Yeah.
on the plane. That's right. Yes,
Yep.
but I have to tell you, like in that movie, I did not expect that sweet woman to be such a
Piece of
jealous
shit.
person. Yes, that would just do that.
Well, what she did, okay, spoiler alert, folks, she was the murderer. And what makes it so great is that it is a twist that is so open bare, if you will, in the sense that, like, because you kind of have that feeling. It's like, okay, whoever murdered her, whoever murdered, what's her name? Catherine Polemus,
Mm.
was very much in the sense of, I guess the best way to put it was somebody she knew or was close to or were both. And she slept with everybody. She was a mover and a hustler in the political system as far as the attorney's office and all that stuff. And when she dies, nobody is, it affects Harrison Ford's character very heavily. But what I thought was so great about the movie was nobody was really shocked. Like, everybody knew that she kind of dabbled dangerously. She made deals with criminals. Like, she was very unethical, borderlining on illegal in some of her practices. So it was like, damn, that really sucks that she died. But nobody mourned her, which is what I found very interesting. Nobody mourned her. Nobody sat there and was like, "Ah, boo hiss. Ah, it makes me sad. Oh no." It was all very like, bitch had it coming.
Yeah.
You know, she spread her legs for anybody with a pulse, and she was very much one of those types that she didn't care who she had to kind of walk all over. She was very much one of those types that, you know, the way the character's portrayed is like, she didn't give a fuck. And in doing so, it was very much a case of like, oh, okay, well, you know, if you don't give a fuck, then this is kind of what's going to happen. A lot of what transpires is kind of peeling back the curtain. And of course, there's some flashbacks there about like the relationship and how the two met and stuff like that. But by the time you get to the end, and basically, you know, it ends in a mistrial.
Yeah.
It basically ends to where it's like, oh, well, you know, people fucked this up so bad that there was no way. And, you know, there's almost no character to root for. Like, that's one thing I found really interesting. Like, you're kind of going through this procedural, but nobody's really good. Like, evidence gets stolen, evidence gets thrown out, evidence gets tampered with. There's massive mistakes within the investigation to where Harrison Ford's character is found, because he's not found innocent. Basically, they're like, yeah, this got handled so badly, like there's no burden of proof. Like, the state has no case. Like, so many things were gone, so many things were just haphazardly handled. And what was so crazy is by the time you get to the end of it and you find out it is Bonnie Bedelia, she literally breaks down how this whole thing happens to him. And remember, and I bet you had that moment until you realized when he starts cleaning the hammer with her hair on it.
Oh yeah.
And
I didn't realize that was her hair though.
That was her hair.
I just saw the blood. I just saw blood. And I thought, I was like, now is he like, does he have like multiple personality things? And maybe he was like just maybe something like that. And I didn't know what the fuck was going on. All I know was I was too focused on the tingling rear to,
The
it's like I almost
tingling
couldn't
rear.
I almost couldn't stay in the chair because I sit in the same chair that I'm sitting in when I'm, doing the show. And it's like, and this chair is like a nice soft chair, but it literally felt like my asshole was vibrating. Like, and I'm like, wow, I don't know what this is supposed to feel. I'm like, I was trying to think of something to compare it to because I've never felt this before. It was like, I think Tubi needs to make an ass tingler section,
That's hilarious.
like a category. I'm all for it, but I really just like that movie. So now, when you had mentioned like about the series, I'm under the impression that Jake Gyllenhaal plays the Harrison Ford character, and I'm hoping that it doesn't. See, now that I've seen the movie, I don't know if this how the series would play out because I'm assuming this series plays out the same way,
Well,
right?
I couldn't say for sure because I want to watch it, but after the movie, like a few years down the road, I actually read the book. And the book is
Oh,
great.
hmm,
So I was kind of left with that whole, okay, so we got the book, we got the movie, and there's that part of me, it's like, Apple is literally a company that makes so much money that they make productions that nobody watches. Like they have so many series now and it's great and some of them are fantastic and some of them is like, "Oh, you did you know that like this was a thing now and blah blah blah." And for some people it's like, "Oh, yeah, they make this." So that's cool and it's like, "Okay, sure." Um so for me it was always a case of, yeah, I want to watch the series, but I know there's going to be a part of me that's a little leaning in one direction
right.
because I had, and the movie is very well done. And you know what's crazy is uh, we came up in a time where they made movies for grown-ups.
Yeah,
They made movies for grown-ups. It is astonishing how we really don't seem to get movies like that anymore. There's a few here and there, but like the ideal of something like Presumed Innocent, ends up being a series, which is fine. But
mhm,
there was a time it was, oh, yeah, we'll make a movie and it'll be Harrison Ford.
yeah.
So kind of like mature content type of movies just don't exist. Like one of the few, and I saw it and I loved it, was
Mm.
Black Bag from Steven Soderbergh.
I want to watch that. I haven't watched it yet, but I want to watch
So
that so bad.
good. And like a lot of his movies, it is a case of Soderbergh is one of those great, and I do mean auteurs. He's one of those great auteurs that loves film as a whole
Hmm.
and cinema. So anytime he takes on a project, it's like his version of something.
Right.
Like Presence was like, his take on a horror movie, which played more as a drama, not really a horror movie. Black Bag is like a spy flick made through his optics. Like that's how I see a lot of his movies. And you talk about a man who's got such an insane range in the type of films he make. And of course, like some filmmakers, many filmmakers I should say, they're not always going to hit. But anytime it's almost like Spielberg to me. Like anytime you see something he has made, the fingerprints are there and you know kind of what you're going to get. Same thing with like David Fincher. They do what they do and a lot of it is putting their stamp on kind of genres.
Hmm.
Soderbergh is no different because of the type of filmmaker he is and how smart of a filmmaker he is. It's great. It does kind of fill that hole that we seemingly have never and probably will never get Michael Fassbender as James Bond. It plays like a slow burn spy flick because it plays more realistic. You know, obviously there's James Bond and Jason Bourne, but like when you look at like spy versus spy kind of mindset where it's like more like a chess game as opposed to like, okay, well, we're going to blow all this shit up and yada, yada, yada. This movie doesn't play like that. It's very smartly executed. And it didn't do particularly well in the theater because people don't go to the movies the way they used to, nor do they really make movies like that. And it's funny because what seems to be more grown or grown up content is more for series. It plays more that way. More of the mindset of like, oh, well, shit. You know, nobody's gonna, you know, the grown-ups are not coming out for this. They're gonna stay home. They're gonna stay home.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's, you know, and that when you were talking about like, you know, adult-oriented movies, like I remember back like the Presumed Innocent VHS and like the Lethal Weapon VHS had like, I remember the spine of the VHS like near the top where the Warner Brothers logo was, instead of just saying like action or something, or adult, it said like adult action or adult drama or adult, you know what I mean? Like it wasn't
Yeah.
just like, you know, they made sure to emphasize the adult on there. And I wonder if now the reason that we don't get that anymore in film is because they feel that like younger kids of today are more apt to like watch movies, whereas like the older people would devote the time to the series because they don't think that a younger person would be like so into like, you know, um committing to watching a series because it just takes so much time.
Well, I think it plays to who is seen, and I think it also has something to do with streaming. Like there's just so much content now. Like you don't have to leave the house for any of this stuff.
No, you don't.
So when you look at that mindset, when you look at the way that kind of all plays, the demographic, the key demographic that is seen as now going to the movies is, you know, more of this generation where, oh, they're used to stuff on their phones, or they're used to like all of this and all of that and all of this. And I think in some ways it's like, well, they're streaming so people don't leave, especially if you're older and you just don't want to put up with it. But they don't even try. And I think part of that too is that it's all a mold of the time. When you look at like the young filmmakers now or the established filmmakers, there's very few that make adult content outside of maybe like, you know, Denis Villeneuve or Christopher Nolan. Like we don't have a lot of that anymore. We just don't.
Mm-hmm.
And all of our accomplished filmmakers are either no longer making movies or they're making things like in the sense of like Megalopolis, where you're like, okay, I mean, it's great to stand firm on something that you made. Like from an artist, from an auteur standpoint, it's like, yeah, that was you. Nobody, you know, you didn't have to compromise outside of whatever your choices were
Right.
to either do or not do, budgetary or whatever the case may be. But how many people outside of film fans, film nuts, really have a grasp? I mean, even like in 2000, like you'd probably have to still spell out to people like The Godfather or Apocalypse Now. And now we're at like these movies being in like 40, 50 years since their release. And they're like, oh, this is what movies used to look like. And it's like, no. That's what cinema used to look like. Now it's this weird hodgepodge. I mean, even like with Tim Burton doing another Beetlejuice, and he's going to do, I don't know if you saw, but he does Attack of the 50-Foot Woman coming up.
I didn't see that, but I did see a post about Beetlejuice where he said that he was never told about it. He's not interested in making it. And Jenna Ortega says she will not do it unless Tim Burton directs it.
Well, if they decide to do a third one, because for me, it's like, because I see it kind of this way. You know, I like the second one where I know a lot of people don't. And it's weird to me because people judge it in a way where it's like, did you forget what the first one was like? Like, there was so much from the nostalgia standpoint of like, we loved it, but then people forgot, especially people of my time. Like, I was a teenager when I saw it. I fucking loved it.
Mhm.
And then fast forward and I'm like, I still love it. Like, it's very much a case of, oh, yeah, this is what this is like, because the other ones were fucking nuts. So to have that judgment, I'm like, yeah, I can't abide by that in my own way. And a lot of that just has to do with the fact that I see it as, how do I put it? I see it as, you know, I think when people grow out of certain movies, because there are some people who love the first one and they'll watch it here and there and look back. But then I'm also of the mindset, it's like, okay, if you look at number 4, or not number 4, if you look at number 2 and can really compare it to 1, they're very much in the same vein, like big time. So to kind of sit there and almost dismiss it, you know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, maybe you don't remember it the same way. There was some pieces where it's like, boy, they're really going to town. But I also know that if a Beetlejuice 2 never happened,
Yeah.
I don't know how people would overall feel, because it was talked about for years.
Mhm.
You know, everybody heard, yeah, they're going to make another one. Yeah, they're going to make another one. Sure. Okay. And never happened up until, you know, like a year ago, where people were like, oh, shoot, this is going to happen. Holy shit.
Mhm.
But how many people were really, really holding their ass for another movie? Nobody.
No, I don't think so. And you know, Zaslav wants, I'm sure, if one person wants to make Beetlejuice 3, it's David Zaslav, because he's just like,
Well,
funny.
I knew that the movie was going to open well, because there are people like me who like, oh fuck, like we're here again. Like they did this again.
Right.
So for me, it was like, okay, cool. Now, keep in mind, when I kind of looked at the overall after the fact, I was like, yeah, okay. Because, yeah, I knew it was going to open well. Nobody expected it to make like 126 million out the gate in its opening weekend, where people went, wait, huh? What happened?
Yeah.
And yeah, that's kind of how the whole thing played out.
I don't know if you'll get that with a 3, though. You know what I mean? Like,
3, I think, is a good idea on paper. However, if you're gonna make a third movie, obviously you got to do it quick.
Yeah.
And you really gotta cinch it up. Like you left, you know, 1. I love 1. Like I own it. I watch it all the time.
Mhm.
But 1 is one of those movies where if you didn't go any further with it, I was okay with it. I didn't.
Right.
I love the way it ended. Everything fit just the way it was supposed to. The way the whole thing was set up. Like, it was pretty great for yours truly. So at no point was I like, okay, well, we got to have another one. Well,
Right.
we did, lo and behold. But now you've opened the floodgates because now Beetlejuice is really, really back. And now it's like with Delia and Charles, and it's just, Lydia and the daughter, you have to kind of like, okay, now it's turned into their story.
Right.
And you don't have Alec Baldwin and Gina Davis anymore. Speaking of which, real quick, so Alec Baldwin got announced for FanX here in Salt Lake.
Really?
Yeah.
No shit.
Yeah. And there are some people who are like, woohoo, and a lot of people are like, are you fucking kidding me? And it's like, hey, you like them? Because that's my thing. Like, and not just politically, but just in general. Like, if you don't like them, then so be it. And if you don't want to spend your money on them, you don't have to. We talked a little bit about Hulk Hogan. I obviously didn't know him personally, but what I do know is that it goes back to like what we talked about, like with Bill Cosby, and all these people who did great things, but also, like many humans, did things that were faulty or they were at fault of, and weren't necessarily good. Like, he was quite frankly pretty obviously a racist. I think he was kind of open about it too, but he also busted up a wrestlers union that they were trying to put together, and he's the one that had a hand in tearing that down. And it's like, okay. And I just look at it as, when you look at his wrestling accolades, yes, obviously huge. He did so much for wrestling back then. I wasn't quite a fan of his in my time of being a kid in wrestling. Like, I love wrestling now, but I didn't. I was more like Roddy Piper and Ultimate Warrior, because I thought those two were fucking nuts. Like, in the case of Hulk Hogan, like, there was so much posturing, and it was because he was so big to WWF, now WWE, where it was kind of like the NFL and Tom Brady back in the day, where like they were so synonymous, and the corporation was going to feed that 100%. There was no question. So I personally was one of those types. I'm like, okay, but let's let it be what it's going to be. And I was one of those types personally. Like, I didn't have a real issue with him, but when you look back at some of the things he did, and I'm not even talking about like politically, like, I get how you can throw that one in there, but I'm looking at like, he was lousy to a lot of wrestlers. He was up his own ass because of the success he had, but also it was like Tom Brady, like for wrestling, where it's like, of course the corporation is going to hang their hat on this guy. Like, what else are they going to do? They kind of, they have to. He's their guy. You can't sit there. You can't sit there and tell me, you can't sit there and tell me they're not gonna, lay so much on him. Of course they're going to, let things play where they lay. And they kind of had to. They didn't have a choice.
Right. And
so
I didn't know, like, the thing, like I said, when I was younger, I just watched the wrestling. Like, I didn't know,
right,
like, the whole other side of it.
Oh,
I
of course.
still don't know all of it, because I just, you know what I mean? I didn't, like, I stopped following him pretty much when No Holds Barred came out. And I saw that in the theater. And
you went to the theater to see that?
I went to the theater to see that. And
boy.
Dude, I had the fucking Hulkamaniac shirt, that was like fucking with the rips, and I used to like pretend to fucking, I'm like, I'm crippled Hulk Hogan, and I'm like,
oh
but
my God.
that was my thing. That's why, like, that was like my first real like exposure to wrestling. Like he was the first wrestler that I remember seeing, and I didn't even like it that much. I knew him, I knew Piper, and that was, I knew Macho Man and a few of the other people, but like that was it. Like, and then but yeah, holy shit! Like I didn't realize that he was really like that. Like I heard the rant that you
Yes.
sent that I would play here, but I don't want to get the video pulled. Like it might get pulled, so I don't want to do that. But um,
Well, and once again, like bad people do great things. And is he out and out bad? You know, it depends on the case one might make on that. But
yeah,
I know when I think of like, there being like a union, because a lot of wrestlers end up being like independent contractors. So they don't get medical, they don't get like certain time off stuff. Like they have to suck it up, especially if they get injured, unless they're part of like something huge or like it's in their contract or something. So when you think of like them unionizing, it's like, well, yeah, I mean, I can think of a million trades that, yeah, that's a great thing. But like wrestlers, fuck yeah. Considering what they put their body through, even if it's something as choreographed, like shit goes wrong, people get hurt bad, very bad. And in some cases, and unfortunately it happens, people get killed. So
yeah,
why wouldn't you want to have that? Well, he didn't want that for people. And I know, if I had to guess, I'll say it that way. He was probably one of those types that was like, well, I didn't have that shit when I was around. And people like Vince McMahon was like completely against the ideal.
hmm
When you look at like him and the type of businessman he is and or was.
hmm
But, you have to kind of realize that, people are people. And it's kind of like the Bill Cosby thing, where like they can do some bad things. In the case of Cosby, fucking horrific. But
yeah,
you also have to, and in some cases, to be real with yourself and to be real with that individual, like you cannot sit there and go, oh well, they're, oh well, that's just it. And it's like, no, you don't always get to do that. In a lot of cases, you have to have you have to be real, and you have to be real about the separation or the lack of separation, where you go, yeah, they're not good people, and
yeah,
that's horrible. And you have to be honest, which is never easy to do, because the last thing people want to be is honest with themselves, or
oh,
honest about like their heroes, because he was very heroized, and understandably so.
yeah. I mean, and like you said about Bill Cosby, which, yeah, believe me, that was horrific. But I still watch fucking reruns of the Cosby Show for whatever reason. I just if I'm flipping around and it's on and I haven't seen that one, and it's like I'll go back because I used to watch that when I was younger. And then I guess you probably heard about Malcolm Jamal Warner dying
I
the other
did.
day too. Yeah, that was.
And that one was rough, because that one was he was vacationing apparently and swimming with his kid, and he drowned in Costa Rica. And it's like, it's that one is life reminds you of how unfair it can be. He was very established. He was a Grammy winner. Like, he had a band, and he worked in music, and he was a Grammy winner, and he was one of those that was like, oh, okay, well, there you go. And that was so great. And he acted, um I think he directed, produced, like he was one of those that had his career after the fact. And obviously, with a lot of child stars,
Mhm.
it's not particularly easy to make your way because you're always associated. It's like, oh, you're Theo from the fucking Cosby Show, especially the tarnishing of the name Cosby.
Yeah.
But
Right.
he was very much one of those that truly, made his own stake in the business. And that one's just tragic. And of course, one we have to mention.
Yes.
And that one, there have been celebrity deaths. I mean, they're people. So unfortunately, they pass. I'm one of those types where it's like, it's unfortunate to kind of think along those lines. Because we can't help but to heroize them or heroinize them. We put them on pedestals.
Right.
And sometimes, we're not better for it. That's just what we do. So in the case of Ozzy Osbourne, there was no question that he was short on time on this planet. But, and it was so crazy how much he was a part of pop culture. But the announcement of his death, it was so much so, and going back to kind of the celebrity deaths thing, like there are some celebrity deaths where we're like, oh, that's unfortunate, that's tragic, that one hurts. There's been a few celebrity deaths in my time where that person has died, and I have people call me knowing that it's not like oh darn, it's are you kidding? Even knowing that their time is coming where they were no longer, they'll, shuffle loose the mortal coil. They'll no longer be on this world. The first one, the big one that comes to mind is David Bowie. I was driving to my parents' house and I was going to go hang out with them. And I heard about it on my radio. I pulled over to the side of the road. I got 2 phone calls, one from my buddy and another one from my girlfriend at the time. They knew how much Bowie meant to me. And they were like, are you okay? And I'm like, no. Because Bowie didn't really tell a lot of people about his cancer. He was not particularly candid about it. He worked, he had an album like right before he died release. And he was still very much making music and touring. He started talking about it when he knew his days were literally numbered. When he had doctors go, you've got 3 months.
Jesus.
And that's when he became, and Paul Rubens was a similar situation.
I know.
He didn't talk about it until it was like right there. And he's like, I don't want people to be like sullen, like I'm still here. And even when I'm gone, like,
did you watch that documentary? I'm sorry, I
sure did. I sure did.
I love that fucking thing. I did. And I had no idea that Phil Hartman was so involved with that. I knew he was on the show, but I didn't know he was that involved with the show.
Yeah.
Wow.
But he was another one where it was like, yeah, you're not long for this world, but they didn't want to they didn't want to be in that situation where they were like, oh well, people are gonna be a certain way and all that stuff. It's like, no, like I'm gonna go like everything else in this world. At some point I'm here and at some point I'm not. When I'm not here, then if you want to feel that way, great. But then, and even then they were like, no, like celebrate my life. Like, I was fortunate to do the things I got to do and have a life for it. And I agree with them where it's like, yeah, don't, you can only muck around in that sadness so much before it's like, yeah, and I agree with that where it's like, yeah, you can't really do that. The second one that comes to mind, and it was funny because I got a call after the fact, but I was talking to my girlfriend. This one's recent, and it popped up that he had passed was David Lynch. That one punched me in the gut, and I knew it was coming because he had developed emphysema, which is crazy because as old as he was, it's like, and he smoked forever, and it's like, how did, like, yeah, I'm glad you made it this far, but how did you make it this far? Like,
Exactly.
That's very impressive.
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
And I was very much of the mindset where it's like, because and he had worked on an animated series for Netflix, and then Netflix dropped it. And there were other things that he was working on. He wanted to do like another standalone Twin Peaks movie. So right up until the end, he was still very much there, where even with emphysema and he had trouble getting across his living room, it was still a case of, guys, like, he still did everything he could to still be there. And he was honest about it. He was like, the smoking caught up to me. He goes, I've loved tobacco all my life. He goes, but it is no great secret what tobacco does to the human body. So I take, he took that truth with a grain of salt. That one hit me really hard, probably as hard as Bowie. And of course, there's other ones. Chris Cornell's another one because that was a suicide, so that one fucked me up like for a week.
Right.
And of course, you don't know these people personally, but like their works connect you to them in some way. And that's why I love, even with having to pay some of these people like FanX and cons, you meet these people and it's like, and there's that part of me, it's like, I'm sure you heard this before, but like Kevin Smith, like, yeah, you kind of saved my life, buddy, like on multiple levels. But Ozzy hit, and my buddy called me, and at the time I couldn't take the call, but I called him back, and it was like, yeah, fucking Ozzy died. And I grew up in the time where he had just left or was kicked out of Sabbath, whatever the case.
Right.
So he was very much, okay. He was on his own. He wasn't necessarily like established on his own yet, but he did that very quickly. Blizzard of Oz, like, it's funny how so much of Ozzy being solo is more remembered, and probably because it was longer in his career, but remembered instead of like Black Sabbath. And the funny thing is like, years later, he went back and played with Black Sabbath. Like they did shows together. His very final show in London was, everybody and their uncle's cousin came out to pay a tribute to play with him one last time. Because he was honest. He was like, I don't have long for this world. There's a video that came out today, and it was literally about 2 days before his death. And he was in London, and he knew he was done. And he played his last show, but literally like his last days was being with his grandkids, being with his kids, eating breakfast, and just being a dude. And it's funny because you think of Ozzy, and I like many people, I saw like the Osbournes. And of course, now people are rediscovering it because of his death. But seeing that side of him, one particular episode was like, they were all gaining popularity. He was popular, but they were all gaining popularity because of the show. So Kelly, she went to New York for something. And I think it was to promote the show, do an interview or something. And he was like, do you have enough money, And she was like, yeah, I have a little, she wasn't really worried about it. And it's like, well, I mean, dad's got money, but whatever, like whatever the situation was. But she wasn't worried about it. And here
Right.
was the Prince of Darkness who was worried about it, as any dad would. And he pulls out, and I mean when I say a wad, he pulls out a wad of cash. I can't remember if it was in his pocket or in a drawer, and just pulls it out and puts it in her hand. He goes, here, take a little traveling money, And she was like, Dad, like, what the fuck? And he was like, no, just in case you need a little something. And she's like, a little something? And I love that, because no matter how old your kids get, no matter who you are,
yeah,
when, she was going to New York, and I'm sure she would have been fine. And I'm sure whoever was doing the interview was taking care of the bill or whatever the case. But the mindset is still, and I get there was a camera on them because it was a reality series. But I also know it's like, you can't help but to go, yeah, any parent would do that or should do that. I remember when they decided to do another season because MTV basically they got a house. I can't remember if they got a house to renovate or MTV bought the house and they renovated it. But basically, they bought them a house to do more seasons of the Osbournes. Yeah.
So they really, it was a cash cow for them,
was,
before, so they didn't want to,
that show,
as long as they could.
And I can honestly say, I kind of despise, and I do mean when I say the word despise, TV of that nature. Right. I'm not a fan of it for several reasons.
Yeah.
But I can honestly say there was something about, I think what was such a big deal for many people about it was, of all the people you could do a reality show about, it was the Prince of Darkness. And the fact that this guy, drugs and alcohol and Randy Rhoades and solo career and him being banned by the church, and like MTV at one point cutting his videos down or not showing them until like 2 a.m. because people were like, well, this is offensive and this is against this and this is against that. Like this guy who pushed so many barriers in his career. And understandably so. Like that's what made Ozzy Ozzy. Ozzy fucked with the norms and he fucked with the squares. But there was something inherently hilarious about the ideal of like, oh, Ozzy's a square too. Like he's got a family that drives him nuts and does this and does that and so on and so forth. I think for a lot of people, that was like the enjoyment factor, like the sobering ideal that, yeah, Ozzy Osbourne he's just a guy, He's got a family that's going to piss him off. He's got a family that's going to do dumb shit. He's got all these things that kind of play together. And it was kind of a given. Now, what was interesting is that on the heels of the Osbournes, because MTV was looking for their next kind of character or figure that they would make a reality show about. Do you know what came on the heels of that?
Shit, I don't. Honestly, after the Osbournes, I was done with like reality stuff because, see, I actually thought like the Osbourne. I didn't think that the Osbournes was totally scripted. I thought that some of that was actually real.
Oh, I did too. Yeah, no, totally
and genuine. But
totally.
I don't know what they did. I don't know what they did after, because I was
Hogan's Family Values, which was the Hulk Hogan. Right. Yep.
Oh shit, that's right. That's right.
And they had their reality show, and that was especially well. And what I thought was really funny is watching that family, you know, I think anytime you put children in front of a camera for something like that, you're going to get a really interesting outcome. Maybe not the best outcome, but you're going to get a very interesting outcome.
Right.
And it seemed like, from a family standpoint, they weren't really on the best terms. I think for whatever reason, they decided to use being on camera to kind of mend things. And I remember the daughter tried to have like a pop career that didn't really take off. Because she wasn't very good. I mean, she was eye candy, but she wasn't very good at it.
Yeah, that I remember her quote unquote career with that.
And then the dad, and then they got divorced, the mom and dad. And if I remember correctly, because I don't know if it was hinted to, but I know in some way that was kind of interjected into the show. So for me, it was like, okay, like that's I think what stopped the show dead in its tracks. Because I know at one point they wanted more episodes, but I know that it didn't help that the mom literally, she divorced him, took him for like, I want to say like 30 million.
Ooh, damn.
And then dated a guy half her age.
That didn't last, did it?
I don't think so. I mean, none of that sounds like it's built to last. Let's be clear.
Yeah, no, exactly. It doesn't. It definitely doesn't. That's the thing. It doesn't.
Well, and especially when you look at the overall, like the kind of impact that makes, like, because I want to say that played into why the show didn't continue. I could be wrong, but I also know it's like, yeah, what would that show look like?
Yeah, that's
like
that
in the middle. It's like, wait, are you gonna have a no? Nobody's gonna have that. Nobody wants that. That's not gonna be a thing. Like nobody's gonna do that, guys. You sure? No, nobody wants that. Nobody's gonna do that. Nope. Yeah. No, that's one of those things that, at least for my money, it's like that. Like I can't even think of what that would have looked like.
Yeah, that would have been
like if somebody had the balls to try to keep the show on air.
Yeah, that it's weird because it's almost like, I don't know, maybe they didn't feel it like they felt the Osbournes, because it seemed like MTV would do anything to keep the Osbournes going, but Hogan, no.
Well, and I also think that they were trying to mimic a success in such a way where it wasn't there, and it's like, oh yeah, well, if you liked Ozzy, then you'll like this too. And I can kind of see the allure of wanting to do a show like that, but I think with Ozzy, it was so cool to peel back that veil. In the case of Hogan, like we knew it was part of the character. His birth name was Terry. There was Terry, and then there was Hulk Hogan. Ozzy was Ozzy. Like, yes, you got to see the parental stuff and him be at home, but no, like Sharon, and yelling at his cats and dogs like, "Get the fuck away from my chicken!" Like that was Ozzy. You got what was there, and I think inherently, for the sake of reality TV, that was the enjoyment. In the case of Hogan, like I just don't think it connected the same.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Yeah, I remember watching some of those episodes, and I was like, because that guy used to eat like 3 dozen eggs a day for like the protein.
Okay, I like eggs, but I would
I love
never
eggs.
eat that much. Holy that's a lot. That's a lot of fucking eggs, dude.
That's a lot of fucking cholesterol.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, like it almost turns my stomach thinking about eating that much eggs.
Yeah, I can't. Like I just like it's too much.
Yeah,
Too much.
it's a lot. Like even thinking about it like unsettles my stomach where I'm like, ooh.
Yeah, it's like what I don't but that's I mean it's been a week where we've had all these people that have just like died within the course of a week.
Yeah, and
And, you know.
especially for like our generation, like these 3 particular people, and we actually had a 4th one today that was a big deal for me, which was Chuck Mangione, and he was 84, and this was a guy, and I grew up with
I know the name.
my parents playing. So his big hit, and he charted like big, and he did other music, like he wasn't known for this one thing, but this was literally a guy who This was literally a guy who played a flugelhorn and made the pop charts. So his big song was called "Feels So Good," and it was like, I mean, he was like the head of like the smooth jazz movement, if there was such thing. But if you were a fan, my parents were, my mom especially, her favorite instrument was the saxophone. So she was a fan of Chuck Mangione and David Sanborn. I was a huge David Sanborn fan growing up. Tom Scott was another one, where they were the ones. And it's funny because the term smooth jazz was like a nice way of saying elevator music.
Yes.
To a lot of people. But I grew up on that stuff, and I mean, I like jazz and the blues. I love Miles Davis. Like, good God, fucking genius. But
see, I do too now. Like I didn't grow up with it as much, but now like as I'm getting older, I appreciate it more than I did when I was younger, in a sense.
Miles Davis came to me after the fact. Like I knew when he died, but I also knew that he was a name that was associated. So when I started kind of discovering jazz on my own and blues, it was very much a case of like, oh, okay, like this exists. But obviously the name was so synonymous, but until you get into it, you don't know. Like, there are names synonymous with music that are considered legends, and some people are like, what is this shit? Where others are quite the opposite, where like, oh, this is phenomenal. Like, where has this been? So for me, I always kind of took it as just, when you hear these names, you're like, okay, let me see what it's about. And in the case of Miles Davis, like that was just like, wow, like this guy, that's, you almost can't bend your hand around it. And same goes with Chuck Mangione, where, so the song Feels So Good, and I'm sure you've heard it. You get a chance to look it up, but it is that, like, it is so great because it is such an easygoing song. Like you listen to it, and you can't be mad about anything. You're just not supposed to be.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a completely instrumental song.
Mm-hmm.
And my parents, my mom especially, was a huge fan. But yeah, smooth jazz for a lot of people was like, well, that's elevator music, and it's like, I don't know. But and even when they die, it's funny because these people aren't necessarily in the limelight anymore. But when you find out they die, it's like, well, then that's it. Like when anything else that might have been is just done. But in the case of Ozzy, I mean, he had health problems for ages, long. I mean, there were snippets, there were parts of the Osbournes on the reality show where they had like addressed his health, and he had issues with like his knees and his feet, and that was all from running around stages all around the world, and also things that he had done to his body via drugs. I love the story he tells about taking 10 tabs of acid and
I don't know if I've heard that one.
and then having a conversation with the horse.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh man.
Oh, my.
So I took 10 tabs of acid and then I talked to this horse. Now, no great secret. Anybody who can see me, hear me. Obviously, I've taken some fucking drugs. I've taken a lot of drugs. Maybe not as many as some people, but I've taken enough to be able to like relate. Like when somebody talks about like a fucking drug habit or like having like a flashback or having like the walls breathe or some trip, good or bad, I have enough experience to relate. The craziest trip I've ever had was like on 2 tabs of acid. And that was because it felt like the first one hadn't kicked in yet. And then I tried watching the fucking Wizard of Oz on acid. Let me tell you something, folks. Don't. I once tried that too with MDMA to watch Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas with Johnny Depp and Benicio del Toro. And once again,
shit.
Don't.
Yeah.
So I have experiences where it's like, okay, I know what the good trips are, I know what the bad trips are. Having said that, I cannot relate and bend my head around the ideal of 10 tabs of acid. 2 was plenty. 2, I was like,
Yes.
oh God. Like and a lot of my recreational drug use, I've stayed indoors. Yes, I've gone to places and got high and fucked up and goofed off, but I fortunately have known my limits. I've been grateful for that. I've been lucky. But a lot of the stuff has been at home. But there are times, I kid you not, there are times where like I have been so messed up where the ideal of stepping outside of my doorway frightened me. Where I was like, there's not a fuck. The place could be on fire and I wouldn't want to leave my fucking apartment. Knowing that I would, you know what I mean? It's like, because there's that mindset where it's like, people are in control as much as they admit they're in control. And it doesn't always track. It doesn't always connect where people are like, oh yeah, I've got this. I'm okay, and yada yada, and this and that. I can tell you right now, I've been at a point where it's like I can't leave these walls. I know it would be bad for whatever reason. But having said that, like not just the talking to the horse, but 10 tabs of acid, that's a lot. That's a lot of fucking acid. And I get that it's buyer beware. Like some people can handle their shit. But like I've been maxed out at 2 to where it's like, hey, you feel anything? Nah, I don't feel anything yet. But that unicorn sitting in the corner of the room there, he better stop speaking Spanish to me because I don't hablo. Like I've been there. but not in the sense of like, apparently he had a conversation and it's like, oh, Ozzy, we knew how much we love you, but it's like, I mean, I hear shit like that and I'm like, that's fucking insane. That's the type of situation where you're like, how did he ever? And kudos to him, like he survived, but some of that stuff, I'm like, holy shit, buddy. Like, how did you make it this fucking far?
We'll see. And then you sent me this the other day, and I saw this, and I literally died because this is great. This is great. Like,
Well, and
how can you know?
well, and stuff like that, like you have to, I mean, his passing is tragic, and I think about it, and yes, it makes me extremely sad. But I also know it's like, the man himself was straight up and it was like, don't think of me that way. Like, when I go, when I'm gone, I'm gone. And that's going to be it. So don't harp on it. Like, know that everything ends. Everything comes to a point of passing. And by that rationale, just, think of me in that sense. And that's what was so kind of, I mean, at least for my money, that's what was so great about Ozzy.
Right.
It was just the ideal. It was like, yeah, I'm, sooner or later, everything passes. And I will pass. And he thought, and he knew too. He was like, and I too will pass. And he knew how close he was. That's probably what makes it so sad. Is just the fact that he knew that he was at such a point where it was like, is he going to make it? And he's like, no, he's not going to make it. He's just, it's, it's a lot to take in. It is really unfortunate, but when the person themselves knows and truly is like, guys, I mean, I made it this long. This is the truth of my existence. That someday, sooner than later, unfortunately, he's going to die. So,
and see, somebody posted something on Facebook though about Ozzy's death, and I saw this, and I can't. I want to see. I'm gonna search it again because I want to see, because it kind of. I didn't. I thought it was kind of harsh.
Oh,
I really just thought it was kind of harsh, and I want to get your take on it. If I didn't read it in full, but I saw it like earlier today, and let's see. Yeah, this guy just posts a lot of stuff. Oh wait, yeah. He just says.
Crowley.
He
Oh, it's
just
stuck in my head.
He says, "How are people in shock about Ozzy and Hogan? Both were notorious for using copious amounts of drugs in their heyday. Do any of you not understand the long-term effects that has on the body? They're both lucky they made it as far as they did. That shit catches up to you." Okay, I guess it's not as bad as he thought it was, but
No, well, first of all, whoever wrote that, and you can make the case of timing. Like, okay, he's not wrong. And yes, it comes off as pretty heartless. I mean, if you want to make that assertion. But he's not wrong. And especially, and with both of them, yes, they use copious amounts of drugs. And let's be honest, and I don't know if it was 100% proven, but it would certainly not be a shock if, Hogan used steroids.
right.
And right up there with like Coke, where it was like, I mean, it was the 80s. You didn't even have to like have a dealer. It was like, you could literally go up to like an executive that worked for the company.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, can I get you some? I mean, Duran Duran was a perfect example. Like they were open about how much fucking cocaine they were on, and it wasn't even like, oh yeah, okay, go get Coke. It was like, no, 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 no. They had that shit on the craft table.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
To be able to keep going. And agreeably with this individual, like, yeah, unfortunately, that's absolutely accurate. I can see how it would be seen or taken as heartless, where it's like, yeah, buddy, we know, but like time and place, like, do you really have to fucking say that now? But
Right.
he's not wrong. That shit
Mm-hmm.
takes a massive toll on the body. It is not user friendly. I mean, there are people who are far younger who will have like their first experience that could be their last experience.
Yeah.
Not every, and I hate to say it that way, but not everybody can hold up. That's just a very unfortunate truth when it comes to being in that situation.
Mm-hmm.
So, for me, it's like, yeah, that's kind of the ebb and flow you have to take it in, where it's like, yeah, that fucking sucks. And I hate to say it, and I hate to agree with the individual. I mean, there's nothing to disagree on. They are right. It's just,
Mm-hmm.
it's one of those. It's like you pick now.
Yeah. Yeah. He's.
You know what I mean?
That,
Like you pick now. Like this is like, yeah, like this is the time.
Mm-hmm.
You almost have to say
Yeah.
like time and place, buddy. Time and place.
Yeah. Although, look, Donald Pleasance has been dead for 30 years, and I still can't take it.
Well,
I
yeah.
still haven't
Well,
accepted it and moved on. So.
and it goes on, and it goes on with the ideal of like what these people meant to us.
Mm-hmm.
Like like on the anniversary of his death, of what's his name's death,
Mm-hmm.
Chris Cornell's, I still play Seasons.
Mm-hmm.
I got to see him once when I was in college, and it was right before Soundgarden broke up the first time. Like it was the end of the tour for Bad Motorfinger. No, not Bad Motorfinger. Shit, what was it? Down the Upside.
I didn't even realize they broke up.
Yeah, they broke up, and it was like I saw them, at least for that time, their very last show until they got back. I think it was like 14 years later, and they had come back and made a new album, and they were touring again, and they made a single for like the first Avengers movie. Like they were like back, and then they were on tour, and he was in Detroit, and he hung himself. And he of course done Audio Slave in the meantime. So I mean, he was such a huge part of like my musical makeup, as far as people that I love. Like he did a Bond theme for like one of my favorite Bond movies. Like he did so much, and it was like, so, and Seasons, which is on the single soundtrack, but also it's featured in Man of Steel. Like I love that fucking song. And even more so now, that song hurts because of his passing and how he died at his own hands, where it's like, but that still hits me. Like he just had his birthday. That still fucking hits me. Like, they mean a lot to us. And of course, when you really stop and look at them, it's like, yeah, they weren't perfect, but they did things that made our lives complete. Like, especially when we look at some of these people and we're like, wow, do do we think we would be who we are if this was the case?
No, probably.
And
I
it's
mean,
and it's yeah, and in some cases, when we stop and break it down, we're like, no, like we know deep down. Like Bowie, Bowie was one of those figures. Like when you look at the character and the musician and how much they're the same, and then of course you have like Labyrinth with like his fucking bulge, and then the baby, um, yeah, that guy was such a huge makeup. And what was so crazy about him is that he dabbled in so many different genres. When you stop and like, you look at Ziggy Stardust and you look at all these other things he did, and you're like, it's great, but it's also like, wow, it really spoke to who he was, because it wasn't just, oh, he did this. He had his phases, like any other musician, and most musicians, most artists. Once again, said it before, say it again, on the show. Their works are snapshots of their trajectory, their trip through the world as they are alive and with us. And then even when they're gone, like we look back at some of those things and it's like, oh, this is, when this album came out, I was this. When this album came out, I bought it at Sam Goody, and so on and so forth. So that's why they're so close to it, because there's inherent value, because we can't help but to look back. It's like snapshots. It's like, oh yeah. But it also breaks our hearts, because it's like, one of my favorite albums of all time from one of my favorite bands of all time, who I've got to see twice, once in Vegas, once in Salt Lake. Guns N' Roses. Appetite for Destruction just turned 38 fucking years old.
Holy shit.
38 years old. July 21st, 1987. I remember the post I made, because I got to see them in August. Traveled to Vegas to go see them, and I remember the post I made. And I literally put it from the date of the album. So I think when I put the post, I said, I've been wanting to say this for 33 and a half fucking years, ladies and gentlemen, because I had video of when they came out. They played It's So Easy first, and then Mr. Brownstone. So I was in tears, and I was standing the whole time. I was like, oh my God. But I remember what I posted, and I posted the video, and I said, I've been waiting 33 and a half fucking years to say this, ladies and gentlemen, Guns and fucking Roses. And sure enough, yeah, they put on an amazing show. We actually left a little early. We were just kind of in that space, and my girlfriend was like, yeah, if you're ready. And I said, yeah. And she was like, you sure? And I was like, because I'm one of those people, like, yeah, it's great to get your money's worth and stay for a show. But I'm also of the mindset, it's like, if you're there, if you've reached the sweet spot, if you've reached, the honeypot, that zone, if you will.
Right.
There's a part of, and I'm one of those people, like, there's a part of me, it's like, I feel fulfilled and I can leave early. I know some people aren't like that. And it's not that I'm like, worried about beating the crowds, because it's Vegas. Everywhere you go is going to be a fucking crowd. But I was fine. Like, I was fulfilled. Like, I was happy. I was content. It was what I wanted it to be. And that kid that's somewhere in here somewhere still, he fulfilled the promise to himself when he was sitting in Sam Goody. Yes, Sam fucking Goody, buying the cassette of Appetite for Destruction and played. I think the original cassette I had, I burned out.
I can believe that and see that.
I burned, and that's saying something because cassettes were pretty durable, but I burned that fucker out. And I played it. I played it until I couldn't play it anymore. And it was literally one of those albums that I still know front to back, back to front, in every way, shape, or form humanly possible. That is literally one of those albums that, and like I said, I've seen them twice. Now, having said that, like, they're in their late 50s and 60s. I don't need to see them again, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but I don't need to see them again. Like, I've checked that box. I'm okay.
Are they still performing?
They're still touring like crazy. Like, they've not too long ago they toured with like Metallica, and like Limp Bizkit. Like, they're still out there. They've done new songs. They haven't done new albums. And I think you and I know that we're kind of at the point where if you don't do albums, it's not like, oh shit, what do you mean you're not making an album? And I love the fact, like, my favorite band, Garbage, like, they still make albums, but they also know the inherent usage of, hey, here's a new song, I'm putting it on Spotify or putting it on, streaming music, because, and I'm huge to the ideal of kind of going both ways. Like, yes, the immediacy of now to which music can be produced, advertised, and released is great in its own right, but also kind of like, oh man, that kind of sucks because you don't wait for things anymore. Albums don't have that, ooh, it's coming out, ooh. Like, I still remember, even with GNR Lies, which I loved, when Guns N' Roses, and it took forever for them to have albums, and they had 2 albums back to back. They had 2 albums back to back, Use Your Illusion 1 and 2. That was still something to wait for, because I love GNR Lies. I think it's a great EP, but it is not. We knew it was filler, and a lot of us were kind of waiting, laying in wait for a long time. Like, okay, are you going to get there? And then when people realized it was like a double album, it was technically 2 albums released at the same time. Obviously, the fervor was still there, but it was like, oh, that's cool, but we kind of just wanted one. Like, could you have just gotten to that? Kind of like with Load and Reload after, the Black Album and Metallica blew up the way they did, because those 2 albums were like 5 months apart, because they had done so much music. They had finished so much over, because they spent 2 years straight touring. And
that's a lot of fucking touring.
Oh my goodness. I mean, even now that's like crazy, but I mean, this was 30 plus years ago. They were still young and up for it. And not to say they can't now, because they're actually touring right now. But there is that reminder of that there was a time their nickname used to be Alcoholica. Because they used to drink on stage and like have conversations with people while drinking. Like, they would have their own intermission and be like, so what's going on, Hawaii? And it's like, well, we're here to see you play music, but you want to talk about how you got a new hemorrhoid because, like, you burning yourselves. Like, they toured 2 years straight because That album was so big, and they played everything and everywhere. They played all these because the Black Album. I mean, that album stayed on the top 200 for years. Like Guns and like Appetite for Destruction, that was in the top 200 Billboard for years.
Really?
Long after, long after it had debuted. Like it was on there for so freaking long and sold so many fucking copies. I mean, perfect example, like you, Appetite for Destruction, 19 million copies sold of one fucking album.
Holy shit.
That is a lot. And that's right up there with the numbers for the Black Album. I think the Black Album's like at almost 20 million. Metallica themselves, like as a whole, I think worldwide they're over like 125 million copies sold. They are they are part of the 100 million group. So is Depeche Mode. So is Duran Duran, believe it or not.
Wow. And that was the thing. Like the Black Album was the first album of theirs that I actually heard in full. And then I went back and I listened to like, Ride the Lightning and all that stuff and Kill 'Em All and that. But
flash before my eyes. Now it's time to die. My first exposure to them was my first real exposure to them because like I was in high school and people were wearing like the jacket with the patches and I was like, who the fuck is Metallica? Like who are these guys?
Metallica.
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 Yeah, who the fuck is Metallica? It's like they were like, it's Metallica, stupid. I'm like, don't tell me how to live. I'll call it Metallica and sound like an idiot.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I did. I mean, I really did.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because that's not stupid. It's like that's how they spelled the damn thing. What do they expect people to do? It's like
well, especially if you hadn't heard it. Like like my first time really dealing with that, I was like reading the patch. So I was like metal licking? No, there's an A at the end. Okay, Metallica? Like trying to figure this out. And then they're like, because the first time I asked to like buy an album, like I had heard Injustice and I was like, okay. Like I was there. And then of course there was like Master of Puppets and stuff, which for me is still, I mean, I love their old stuff. Some of their newer stuff I like, but once again, it's trajectory. Like, yeah, they're still trying to be hard, but it's like, you're not that people anymore. You kind of lost a lot of loss of your juice and street cred the second you cut your hair and decided to sue Napster. So,
yeah, right.
And I mean, they stood the test of time. I'm not entirely surprised, but they lost a lot of fans and a lot of credibility when they did that.
Right. Oh,
and part of that had to do with the fact that, and I talked to somebody about this recently, where when I discovered them, they were, like most metal bands, they were like, fuck the establishment. Like, we're the bee's knees and we're going to do what we want with our music and stuff like this. And they were on, like Megaforce. They were on like a small label. So they were like music, just fucking music. We are who we are. We're kids. No, what's the word? No trying to play it up or anything to that effect. A lot of it was very much, this is us. This is who we are. This is what we do. And if you don't fucking like it, cram it up your ass.
Right.
And of course, that's part of the beauty of, at the time, them being these, I mean, they were children when they got together. They're like fucking 17 years old. It's crazy. Like how much they've done together and how much they probably fucking love each other, yet fucking get on each other's nerves, and so much of it is from being that young. But when I saw them for the first time I saw them in concert, I was like, holy fuck. Like, if these guys were any edgier, people would cut themselves.
Right.
Like, I mean, especially considering I grew up more on pop than on metal. So my first real exposure to like metal was Metallica. And then, of course, came naturally Judas Priest, who I adore, who I'm going to see it again in October.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I've seen him twice. I've taken my son twice. Last time we went, my girlfriend went. She had never seen them. And we got our tickets through Groupon. So we were kind of up in the upper place, but $22 a ticket. I'm like, I couldn't beat that because I was buying 3 tickets.
Not at all.
But what was nice is that around us, for whatever reason, those people either didn't show or whatever. But we actually had a pretty cool group of people, a group of chairs that were open, and it was just us. And oh my God, such a good time seeing them. Like, so fucking good. So Metallica, at least in the metal side of things, really meant a lot. So when they were all over MTV, it was like, okay, some things had changed because they were so against the ideal of not just presenting themselves as mainstream, but like a music video. Because up until they came into power, what they knew was either pop or hair metal with videos. So it was makeup and it was chicks and it was, just loud and brash, visually especially. And for them, it was like, well, if we're to do any of this stuff or go in this direction with a video, like, we don't want that.
Right.
So so a lot of what kind of came into play for them was bending their head around what they were going to do, how they were going to make it happen. Because at the end of the day, I mean, they never needed MTV, but it obviously did wonders for them. No surprise there. Right. But they cut their hair. And I'm sorry, like, there's that part of me, I'm like, and I know a lot of people kind of address that as that point where they go, if you want to know where Metallica lost their edge, it's when they cut their hair and started buying private jets. and I get it. That's not far off. But it is also very much it is very much a case of, oh shit. Yeah, there's something about them that's different. And for a lot of people, I think another thing too, and I'm not sure if the documentary was put into play to empathize with them, because my buddy was like, and his wife, they were like, wow, these guys are the biggest bunch of whiny little pussies that make this hard metal music. And honestly, like, it really, that documentary, and I enjoy the documentary. I owned it at one point, but I am very much one of those where it's like, they really peeled back the onion because James Hetfield had just gone into rehab again.
Right.
And this one was like a big stint. But what happened at the same time was Jason Newsted left the band. And
he left.
Yeah, he just up and left. And at the time, and I found it really interesting how kind of butthurt he was. because he, in the documentary, in retrospect, he was kind of looked at and they were like, yeah, I was happy to be a part of them because he won a contest to become their bassist.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, no big surprise, he wasn't Cliff Burton. He wasn't their guy. Cliff Burton had died, unfortunately. So when it all came about, where they were taking off and Jason Newsted came in at that moment, he was still the lowest common denominator. At least that's how he felt. And it made sense because if you think about how far they had come, and then Cliff was gone, and Cliff died right at the cusp of that mega success, right before they had hit it. It was right there. Because Master of Puppets was released, and fucking Master of Puppets is a goddamn masterpiece. So when Jason Newsted came into play, it was like, shit, we have a bassist, but he's not us. There's the three of us who are Metallica, and then the quote unquote hired help, which how Jason Newsted felt. And the three other members, they were like, he can feel that way, but there's only so much we can do about that. And it's like, yeah, that's accurate. I get that. But also, he was the youngest. Like, he was he was younger than them when he came on. So by the time he left, he was like, and none of it was ceremonious. Like, they found out he left because of MTV News.
Wow.
Yes. It was not a case. It was not a case of, hey guys, he was with them for close to 13 years at that point. And at no point was it like, guys, this is where I'm at. According to Metallica, they were like, yeah, he didn't really allude to that, but I guess the conversation never happened anyway. So they as a band were in such a unique spot just as this documentary was being filmed, because they were not in a good place. They hired, what was his name? Phil. They basically hired, there's no other way to put it. They hired a shrink.
Oh.
And he wore these ugly fucking sweaters, like uglier than like Cosby sweaters. And on top of that, he was like he was with them for like a year. And they did private sessions and group sessions. But I think he was like $35,000 a month.
That's
retainer. Wow. Yeah. And he was with them a year. Yes. So when you stop and think about it, like, that's fucking insane. And I remember when they were trying to bring themselves back, when they were producing and making Saint Anger, there was a discussion, and it didn't happen, but there was a discussion that he might tour with them. And it was like, you're gonna bring the shrink with you? Like, I think Lars was like against it. There were so many instances, some of the shit they used to get into, because it's like, well, I'm in a bad mood, and it's like, well, let's try to play some music. And they would play music, and they were fighting over it because it didn't sound good, and they had an issue and all this shit. And after a while, they were like, they really reached the point, like, they were at each other's fucking nerves. And all this happening as they're also auditioning another bassist. And they brought in a bunch of people who had, been part of other bands. In the case of Robert Trujillo. And I knew even in the documentary, he was the best fit. Because a lot of people were there just playing. He had, if you look at his footage, he was there. He was into it musically. He was very much connected. It didn't look like a guy who was there just playing notes. It was a guy who was okay, I want to hang out with these guys. Like, I'm trying to be a part of them, so I'm going to try to give it my all, which he did. Like he's sitting there and he's in the audition, like next to James, and they're like kind of playing and locked in. And they all even said, they were like, he seemed to be the one who was getting into it, not just playing notes and stuff. Like he was there and he was just really getting into the music, not just note. So when they hired him on, they paid him as a retainer. They paid him $1 million up front. Yeah. So
Damn.
Robert Trujillo was actually he was one of the founding members of Suicidal Tendencies. And then he became Ozzy's bassist for many years. He was his studio bassist as well as touring bassist, along with lead guitarist Zakk Wylde, who eventually went on to make Black Label Society, which I've seen numerous times. They're fucking awesome. So, I mean, he seemed like the best candidate from the jump. A lot of people came from like playing with like Marilyn Manson and stuff. You had a pretty good mix of talent from one end to another end. But in the case of Robert Trujillo, it's like, yeah, this guy was part of Suicidal Tendencies and he played with Ozzy for like ages. Like he's probably the best fit. But they made him, yeah. So his offer when they signed him, they paid him $1 million up front. Here you go. And then from a corporate level, there was an issue because of his percentage. Like everybody had a vote on certain things, but I think his stake was considered like 2% because he was new. So his vote was always automatically overruled. However, James was the one that was like, no, let's make him an equal share. And they seemingly learned that from Jason. And it's like, yeah, we're not trying to be that guy.
Right.
But, we have to kind of see where we made our mistakes. Now, what was interesting about that situation that also is in the documentary, it's a very good documentary, not just if you're a Metallica fan, but if you kind of want to see the inner workings about bands, like not everybody's going to be buddy-buddy. Not everybody's going to hang out with each other. There are going to be days where they're supposed to be in the studio and they're like, fuck you guys. And they go hot rodding or surfing or something.
That's it.
At the time, MTV did a show called Icon, where they basically did like a one-off show that was a tribute. They had multiple bands playing songs of the band, and the band was there, and then they would play. So it was kind of like it was a tribute show. At the time, MTV was trying to make it a consistent show. Like, okay, now we're going to have this artist. Now we're going to have that artist, which is kind of tricky because like sooner or later, it's like, how far are you going to go down that list?
Yeah, right.
So, so in the case of this particular situation, and MTV was like, yeah, we want to do this. So the management and Metallica's management was like, yeah, so we want to do this thing. And that's great. And then they go, well, there's also another piece of this. And they're like, oh, what's that? And the piece is that they could possibly get Jason back to be on stage and be part of this Icon show. And they all said, fuck him, no. He left the band. Yes, we understand that he was a part of it, but he fucking left. Our bassist is that guy right there, Robert Trujillo, who looks like this gangster motherfucker that you should be terrified of, and is actually one of the sweetest human beings on the planet. And he's such a legit kosher guy. And he's been with Metallica obviously for a very long time. But and even on like social media, because his son, I think his son is 13 or 14, and his son plays bass and has played with them on stage. And there was a night where the son was there. I can't remember. I think the dad got sick. I think Robert Trujillo was under the weather. Something had happened. So here you have this amazing bassist, legendary in my opinion,
Right.
who's played with some of the greatest bands and some of the greatest venues.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, hey, here's my 13-year-old kid, and he's going to cover for me for the next 2.5 hours. How's that sound? And he did.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and the thing is, too, is that all of, Kirk and Lars and James were like, we literally watched this kid grow up with a bass in his hand,
Mm-hmm.
like all his life. Like he used to come to practices and play with our other children and be, be a part of this unit, this family.
Right.
And it's like, yeah, if we didn't think this 14-year-old could knock it out of the park for his old man, then and he plays like a myriad of stuff too. But yeah, he played almost the entire show. Oh, he played like the entire show in lieu of his dad. I think he got sick that night or something. And obviously there's that, okay, will they, won't they? And then it's like, well, no, we got this 14-year-old. By the way, his last name's Trujillo too. You think he'll be okay? Yeah, he's got it. Well, and that happens sometimes, like not the last time, but the last time before that, I saw Garbage, and they came with Alanis Morissette, and it was for the 25th anniversary of Jagged Little Pill.
Mm-hmm.
Butch Vig, drummer, producer extraordinaire, he was recovering from surgery. Like he had like a major surgery. So they had somebody fill in as the drummer, but they could not. Yeah, he wasn't there, and it was like, what? So, yeah. But yeah, with so many of these bands, we idolize them. We can't help it. And once again, like, they're only human. And when it comes to like Hulk Hogan, like you have to give, at least from what he did for wrestling and being such a huge piece of so many people's childhoods, especially associated with wrestling, and the many people that he inspired as a wrestler. Yeah, you got to give credit where credit is due. Granted, you look at other stuff and you make your own decision. He was either, you either got behind him or you didn't. But like, in the case for me of Bill Cosby, one of my first exposures to comedy next to like Pryor and Carlin and Bill Hicks, these guys who were so standouts and like broke barriers in comedy in a way that I don't even think comedians now, push against those barriers, especially nowadays, because everybody's all fucking butthurt about everything, and it also goes back to like, oh, well, I'm offended. And it's like, well, if you're looking to be offended, you're going to take offense to something. You won't just let the joke play.
Right.
And it is what it is. But Bill Cosby, you can make the case, I guess, if you wanted, Hulk Hogan wasn't exactly the best guy, but you agree with him. But in the case of like legality and just pure efficacy of like being indecent, Bill Cosby fucking, I mean, you can't make a case outside of, holy shit, he actually did that to fucking women, and he did it for decades. And it was like Harvey Weinstein, where it was like the best kept non-secret.
Yeah, no, that's yeah. I remember that was
like, this guy did that
everybody.
Shit. Like that was this guy. Let's take, if you don't mind, a quick tinkle break, and I'm actually going to let my cats in here so they can go potty. But in the meantime, here's some hold music. No, that's terrible.
Well, that's good because it gives me a second to find what I want to play here, and then we'll
Okay.
Well, hit it if I can find
We're going
it.
to take an intermission because I have a 50-year-old bladder.
Yes. Oh, I don't want to play that because that's going to...
I have a 50-year-old bladder that I took off a 48-year-old.
You know what? I'll play the new show intro that we don't use anymore because that's 2 minutes and 10 seconds, so that'll kill some time.
Okay, I will be back.
Yes, okay, here we go.
Just when you thought it was dead.
The great Tony Todd, everybody. Tony, welcome to the show.
What's up, all the rabbit and red people?
Everybody's a suspect! You're listening to Rabbit and Red.
Robert Shaw was a tough motherfucker.
Right.
They don't make that idea. He's one of the punks Richard Dreyfuss on the set he couldn't stand because he's a pussy.
Fuck you.
God damn you. Welcome to Rabbit and Red Radio.
And I know that you like Jason Takes Manhattan, but my question to you is, why?
Okay, hey, Al. Okay, you're gonna tell me Halloween. You know what makes me mad about you, Mike? I'm not telling anyone that. It only makes me angry. The Halloween 6, Halloween effing 6 is your favorite movie. Like Jason Part 8, but you think Jason Part 8 sucks?
Yeah.
Are you joking?
Jason belongs in hell. I'm gonna see he gets there.
We have such sights to show you.
A boy's best friend is his mother.
And welcome back to Rabbit and Red Radio. You're saying people weren't clicking on and listening to my show to hear me talk? They just wanted to hear them? What fucking assholes, man?
No, and I'm guilty of that too, because I'll click on it and I'll be like, oh, Ted, fucking Ted Rigby's on this show.
The blackest eyes.
Welcome to Rabbit and Red Radio.
The devil's eyes.
This is a huge honor for me.
Uh-oh, too much pressure. I'm going to disappoint you now.
Hello, everybody.
Where's the lunatic?
The Fog is a horrible, horrible fucking remake. It's fucking utterly disastrous.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass.
Okay, so
I didn't like
go.
the first.
I've been blown up!
We'll show those shitters what we can do.
Celebrating 15 years of Rabbit and Red Radio. Now here's your hosts, the King of Porntown, and Michael J.
Producer Mike!
Oh, there you are.
This is Sarah. I know I've introduced you before. You know, it's funny how froofy she is. It's like, you know, I'm a Star Trek fan, but somehow I ended up owning a Tribble. Okay. Give me 1 sec. I gotta put it down.
Okay.
All right, you little shit. Hang on, goddammit. There. You made potty. Go piss off. And good God, can that cat make some stink fucking nuggets, man?
Does she not like being held? Is that the...
She likes being with people when she wants it. But if you like pick her up and it's like, oh, she throws a hissy. She is not. I mean, most cats really aren't, lifters.
Right.
Where it's like, oh yeah, you want to pick them up and stuff. And even the cats are like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, put me down. Like, have you lost your fucking mind?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, maybe I have. Maybe I have. I for one, like, picking her up is funny because she barely meows. Everything is a whine at this point. She's like, and it's like, all right, you little toad, just hang the fuck on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's.
But she is working out great. She gets along with Steve. Mm-hmm. My ankles are all scratched up because she's a fucking ankle biter, little shit. But we were talking about that the other night, and it's always a weird feeling when you lose a pet because you're losing a family member, and you almost feel like you have to convince yourself to where it's like, oh, well, I can get another pet now, or when it feels right or doesn't feel right. Mm-hmm. And I'm one of those people, I'm like, it feels right when it feels right. Like, everything about Sarah, this kitten, kind of worked out. But I don't think you have to, like, con yourself, almost talk yourself into the ideal that, oh, well, I have to do this because now the other one's gone. Because, like, in the case of Boom, it felt a little off, but it was also like, it's if it feels right, it feels right. As soon as we saw her, I mean, the fact that we went out there was no question. We were going to get her.
Right.
And she got here, and I think I had mentioned before, they give a lot of rules.
Mm-hmm.
If you have another cat that's older, keep this one at bay. Like, try to figure it out. Like, try to make it work and figure out what's going to feel right and what's not going to feel right to them.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I can tell you firsthand, it doesn't always work that way, because in about 4 minutes of bringing that little shit home, all that shit went out. She didn't want to stay. She had just known that pen area with her buddies that she was born with. So, and not like it was a bad area, but it's like this, I mean, just the car ride was like Brave New World, where she's like, oh, what is this? So it kind of tracks that she would have that, like, oh, okay, let's go here. Let's do this. So for me, I'm very much like, yeah, just, if this feels right, boom.
Mm-hmm.
So be it. And for me, that's kind of how it was, where, because they were like, Steph was like, oh, put her here, do this, they said this. And I said, like, any pet you bring home for the first time isn't like bringing home a kid. Like, they're going to find their way. You're going to teach them. They're going to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
You have to kind of make all that work.
Right.
And like, for me, like, at no point was I like, okay, you got to have her here, or you got to bring her here, or you got to bring her there. It was, nope, let's see what she does. That little fucker took off in a heartbeat. And ran around and got used to the area. She ate fine. She hung out with Steve. So Yeah, it's worked out. I mean, she's still a little shit, but she's
And her
getting
and
she's
for
getting
the
longer, but she's not really
oh,
getting bigger. Yeah, I mean, we can tell that she's put on some weight, and she eats like fucking crazy. Like we have, well, when Boom left, because Boom used to eat like crazy, but also was the pituitary gland issue. But he used to eat very well,
Mhm.
and and now, like with Steve just being solo, he ate pretty well, but a bag would last a fairly long time. Now, oh my word.
She's eating you out of house and home.
Oh, and then some. And they also say that, like, okay, for the ideal of table scraps,
Mm.
you have to wean them into it and give it time and yada yada and blah blah blah. And then, like, none of that happened with her. It
Right.
was literally a case, I kid you not, it was literally a case of like, oh, what do you got there? She'll eat
Yeah.
anything that isn't bolted to the damn floor.
Now, here's my thing, because I've always kind of had the impression. Now, I guess maybe it's because I've had 2 cats in my life,
Okay.
and both of them were terrors to me. Well, thinking my first one wasn't, but the other one that we had used to jump on my bed in the middle of the night, and I'd wake up to it scratching, like, scratching my legs and stuff as I was, like, asleep no. So, but I always thought, like, cats were more proper than dogs, and they wouldn't just, like, jump up and try to eat food, because it didn't seem like their mouths just seemed so small that it just couldn't get anything into it.
It kind of depends on the cat, and in this cat's particular case, oh my god.
Wait,
She has
are
she
the cats
has
big
no
mouth?
fear. She has
Like,
no fear. She has no.
she'll jump up and grab your food, like, has she done that before? Like, tried to jump up and grab whatever you're eating?
Oh yeah. Yeah, we're already there.
I don't understand, like, how she can, like, do that, or that she'd even wanna do that, because, like, like I said, cats just seem more sophisticated and proper, but I guess they're not.
Well,
You know
I just think it's a matter of just their situation, probably when they're kittens. Because in the case of Sarah, like, she was at the adoption place, and then we got her. And I don't know if it necessarily is to the breed. And don't get me wrong, she is a good kitten, and she's a good fit for us. And we've snapped a bunch of pictures and shared them with everybody. So she's family. She's not going back.
Right.
But I think it just goes back to, sometimes it's not necessarily the cat, it's the situation. And I think she was comfortable enough here, but I hadn't dealt with a kitten in years. Like, so many years. I really had like, in my mind, I mean, it wasn't like, oh god, it's a kitten. And yeah, she's nuts, but I mean, we're managing. It's not a horrible situation or anything. But I did have that, oh wow, a kitten. Fuck is that going to look like? There was a lot of trying to kind of piece that together in my head of, okay, well, how's this going to look? What's this going to be like? So I personally had a lot of those moments like in the first day or two. And part of it too is like she'll get into crevices, but we have to kind of watch like on the bed, like if we turn. Because we've already had a couple moments where we almost rolled on top of her.
Oh,
yeah.
I wonder what that reaction would have like, mirror. What kind of like that would just be?
Oh, that reaction goes as well as you would think. Where it's like, oh shit.
I wonder, not even time enough to get the claws out to stop. I guess because it would be like the fear.
Well, and especially when, how do I put it? Especially when it goes back to getting the mindset for that, because the two cats up to this point were big enough. It's like, oh, we know where they're at. We have no question. We don't have to look for them or anything. We get it. And then now, we're at that point where it's like, oh yeah, we got to watch out for this fucking thing. Oh shit, it's damn thing's here somewhere. You know where it's at? Nah, I don't know where the fuck it's at. So there is that getting back to that mindset of, oh yeah, we got to watch out for this thing. It's like a doorstop with eyes. Like it's and it moves, so we have to be mindful of our surroundings. Which in and of itself is its own strange type of situation. And like I said, she's been great. We're very blessed to have her. And she is, it's always bittersweet because in situations like this, because we adore her, we love her, she fits in, she's a riot, but she's our riot, if you will. And we're grateful to have her. But we wouldn't have her if Boom didn't die.
Yeah,
so it's hard. It's I mean, any pet owner knows, like when you get a new pet and it clicks and you're grateful to have them, and it's like, yeah, this is wonderful, and so on and so forth. But then you have the other shoe drop in the back of your head where it's like, fuck. Like we and it's not a replacement. There's always that, oh, when you're going to get another one? It's like, there's not going to be another one like them. So don't say that. That's highly incorrect. As well as like, wait, no, they're not Mini Coopers. You're not just going to fucking get another one. It doesn't work like that at all.
Right. Yeah.
It's a family member. You don't just replace a family member. And Boom, Steph had him ever since she could fit him in the palm of her hand, and he died at 17. And, it wasn't just a case of him going. Like, she was like, she knew he was getting close and she was already dreading it. And for me, it was like, you just got to it's a ride to begin with. Just let it ride. Feed him, love him, hug him every chance you get, let him know that, what he means to you, and make sure, make sure no opportunity to do that passes. Ensure that at any possible moment, you give him a hug, you show him love. I was huge on that. Like, I always talked to him and I always did, and I told her, I said, that's why I get, because he liked this one wet food, and I don't mind saying, it was, not pricey. It's not like it broke my bank or anything, but it was like, oh shit, paying this for this fucker. You know what? Yeah, because it was worth every damn penny. He was worth every penny.
Right.
So it was never a case of, oh well, we're gonna pay this. It's like, no, don't see it that way. For me, it was fitting his needs, what he needed, what was important to him to get, just that happiness, that time where it mattered. And then when it hit, it was like, and it was quick, because She knew it was probably around the corner, and she wasn't far off, which was unfortunate.
Mhm.
But having said that, yeah, grateful to have the time with him, and I did. And it's very difficult, because of course you miss them and your heart's full of sorrow, but it's like, don't be sad that it's over. Be grateful that it happened. And me and that cat, especially because he was in his old grumpy stage where I'm at now, like, oh, me and that cat clicked. Because we were both like, I mean, some stuff, I swear, like we would see some shit, or some shit would happen here, and we would just look at each other like, oh, you're having the same reaction I'm having. Like, what the fuck is this? Yep. You're right, Boom. What the fuck is this? That's the reaction here. Absolutely. So no, it's kind of hard with pets, because when people have that, oh, get another one, it's like, don't you realize why we take pictures of these things and share with everybody? Like, they're part of us. Like, even, this fucking fur ball from hell I have now. It's my fur ball from hell. It's our fur ball from hell. Yeah, fucking thing drives me crazy. I could easily flush it down the toilet. I won't before somebody's like, oh God. And it's like, no, it's the point where it's like, I mean, yeah, it's hard. I mean, I know people who have had pets for so long, and when they pass, it's crushing. And losing Boom was hard. We did have some sense that it was coming sooner than later. But I mean, in some ways, I'm more fond of my time with that cat than I'm fond of time with my dad, if that's any indicator.
Yeah, I can see that being a case. You know what I mean? Like that's definitely something that.
Well, I've made the notion, or made the case before, where it's like, why do pets have to die? Like, it feels wrong. It doesn't it? Where it's like what the fuck do they do?
Right, and they don't live nearly long enough. Like, their lifespan is like so short compared to what ours can be. You know what I mean?
Well, and especially when I, for one, look back and have more fondness from my time with that cat. And it basically comes from what it really, I mean, at the end of the day, what it stems from is, pets don't really let you down. Pets don't break promises. Pets don't break your heart. Pets don't, pets don't tell you you're not good enough, or you need to do better, or you're not doing enough, or you're a loser. The love, for all intents and purposes, is basic, unflinching, and connective, where you in no way, shape, or form have to prove anything to them. Just love them and they love you back. How is that not the perfect thing that most of us want? And I guess that, I mean, I don't know how true it is scientifically, but it has been said that people with pets live longer. I think that tracks.
Yeah.
Whether or not it's true, because some people get like fucking chimpanzees as pets and then they maul them, and it's like, well, so much for that life extension.
There you go. Yeah.
And once again, it sounds terrible coming from me, but lions aren't pets for a reason, just like chimpanzees. Like, yes, we have pets that are domesticated because it is this type of setting. We do not, I repeat, we do not have the type of pets where, you pluck them out of captivity. And it also goes back to like when, and I remember I mean, it was such a hot topic because, you know, I do believe in service animals,
Mhm.
and I know emotional support animals, like and like in the VA, like there's a lot of people who have dogs,
Mhm.
but for people to literally go, well, I have to have this animal with me, and it's like, you know, oh, it's my protector, or it's so close to me, and yada yada yada, and it's like, you have a protective Chihuahua? Are you fucking kidding me? Like no, no, like a little, like a fucking Shih Tzu, or like one of those teacup fucking dogs. It's like they're my emotional support protector, and it's like they couldn't protect a cup of warm fucking piss. Are you shitting me
Yeah.
right now?
Mhm. That's
I personally think that should apply to, like, I mean, if people are gonna push that nugget and it be full of shit, I think it's full of shit personally. But
right.
me, honestly, you know what I think should be allowed?
What's that?
Because if you have an emotional connection, but they're doing a job, because that's the case they make. They're working animals, they're emotional support. But
Mhm.
they're allowed for you because you have to carry on the course of whatever you do and you need them to do it. One of these days I want to have an emotional support prostitute.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, why the fuck not? Like, hi, this is Shabli. Yeah, this is Honeysuckle. She's from fucking Jacksonville, and she's my emotional support blowjob giver. Sir, this is a Wendy's. I don't give a fuck. I want extra fries, and I want her to lick my balls while you salt the fries.
Mm-hmm.
And I get it. You know, seeing eye dogs, emotional animals, and now I still I'm pretty sure it's now reached the point where you have to, like, you have to register all of them, which is good. I think that's what should be happening. But I'll be honest. I'm like, guys, are you really going to make the case that every fucking animal is going to be like, they have to do this? And I'm like, no, sorry. I can't swallow that, because it just, at least for me, it just seems so off. Because, like, how do you look at somebody dead in the face and say that?
Yeah, that's something that's you really can't.
Yeah.
It's
But I mean, if it's a person, but they're working.
Mhm.
Here's my emotional support stripper. Her name's Candy.
Mhm.
Candy,
I can.
Candy, twerk your ass for the nice man, so he knows this is what you do as work. Yeah, and while you're at it, could you please queef out "Sweet Child of Mine" from Guns N' Roses? See, this is part of her job. This is what she does.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to take it to that extreme, you can go with that level of exaggeration, and you should fucking be able to get away with it, in my opinion.
I
Because
mean,
why
because
not? Who's the fuck to tell you no? It's like that episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm, where Larry David hires a prostitute to sit in his passenger seat so he can use the HOV lane.
Oh my god.
It is! Oh my god, it was one of the best bits. Because she was literally like, hey, what do you want? He's like, just sit there. He's like, I'll fucking pay you. And she's like, you don't want to fuck? He's like, I just want to get by. Like, just sit in the fucking seat.
Mhm. Wow. Easiest money she ever made.
Fuck yeah. And she didn't even have to fuck him.
Mhm.
Like, isn't that the best part? Yeah, that shit was hilarious, where he hired a prostitute so he could use the HOV lane. Because if I remember correctly, it was like nobody liked his driving or something. It was fucking hysterical. Yeah. Oh my god, Larry David, that nutball. God love him. He's fucking nuts.
Yeah, he's great. He is.
You know who I would love to have as an emotional support person? I would hire Al Pacino.
Oh, I could.
All right. So I'm here for emotional support. Emotional. Like what? All right. I don't know. This is going to work out. I'm 83. I don't have much emotions left. I got hoo-ah and oh my God, I made a baby.
Oh my God, I made a baby. That's great.
Fucking hell, man. I tried watching that Ritual movie he just made.
I was gonna, you know what? I was thinking about watching that myself.
Don't. Just don't. Just don't.
Because it was funny.
I'm doing this for you. Don't. I was like, and to be fair, it is not a shock that it's bad because it is. I mean, yeah, there are tropes and there is like fucking skid marks where it's like, oh my God, you're still doing this. And he tries to do an accent that doesn't work at all.
Ouch. Jeez.
And, you know, Al is still trying to do it, but like he's 83.
Is he in a lot of it or not really?
He's in a good chunk of it because he's an exorcist.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. So how does he, how
So the power of Christ commends you. All right, you should go. Wait, you're going to stay in the body. Why? You like that body? Okay, you stay put. Movie over. Hoo-ah!
I mean, do you really think at 83 that he's gonna keep making movies, or do you think there's gonna come a point where he's just like, I think I'm done?
Well, see, here's the trick, and I think you and I both know that if you can still bring it at a certain age, then keep doing it. And a perfect example, and yes, he just turned 83, Harrison Ford. And he is looking his age. But this is a guy who you can tell is still bringing it 100%. And what's so great is that, and I don't know if it's a money thing. I mean, it's not like the guy was hurting for money beforehand, but he has, you know, he's in this series called Shrinking, and he's fantastic in it. And it is one of those great roles where you can tell you would have to have cast him at that time. Not a case of like, oh, well, we'll get this person. It's like, no, people at this certain age who have lived to this degree of life, no. And they have an understanding of what things are supposed to be like and why they can portray these characters. Like he did 1923, that prequel series for like Yellowstone. And, you know, obviously TV isn't what it used to be, but him being in a TV series, like the ideal where it's like, wait, Harrison Ford's going to be in a TV series? It's just like Sylvester Stallone in Tulsa King, where it's like, wait, that's Stallone. That's Rocky. And he's in a TV series. And obviously TV does not work the way it used to. That's why, like, when I see that sitcoms still exist, I'm like, they do?
Yeah, that's surprising because you wouldn't think that they, you know, that they would in this whole.
I mean, watching the older ones now in nostalgia is like, well, that's one thing. But like, when they bring about new sitcoms, I'm like, and it's not that it's like people don't watch them. It's just that when you think of an audience base who predominantly watches a lot of this stuff now, you can't help but to go, you know, how many 25-year-olds are watching sitcoms? Obviously, in many cases, they're watching more they're watching more in the sense of, how do I put it? They're watching more in the sense of like, streaming. So, and for me, it's like, well, yeah, there's an evolution there of TV. Once again, like you look at some of the stuff, and it's crazy to think how much stuff there really is there. But like a regular sitcom, you're like, really?
Mm-hmm.
And keep in mind, now, granted, Scrubs didn't work like a regular sitcom. It didn't have a laugh track. Didn't have. It was made more like an independent film, like an independent comedy, and that's coming back. And I have to say, I don't mind saying, there's a part of me I'm like astounded. I'm like, wow. They're coming back. My boys are coming back. My peoples are coming back. JD, Turk, Carla, Elliot, like the gang is back together. They're putting out a new album. The gang's putting out a new album.
Right.
And then there's another side of me where I go, there's another side of me that goes, wow, how is that going to work now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's almost like you don't want them to bring it. I mean, like you want it and you're happy, but then there's another part that's like, maybe you shouldn't do this because it's tough to recapture that.
Yeah, well, and especially in the case of Scrubs, because their comedy was very specific to the time.
Mm-hmm.
And now, more than ever, comedy is so subjective that, like, I applaud not just people who do stand-up, but like comedy writing, where I'm like, how do you try to gauge an audience? Like for me, and I don't know if you ever watched the show, but my favorite show, especially now thinking of comedy, because comedy is supposed to make us laugh as well as enlighten us and challenge us. And don't get me wrong, I mean, sitcom humor I'm fine with, silly humor I'm fine with, clean humor, yeah, I'm good with. Just fucking make me laugh. Make me laugh and make me laugh at myself, because the best comedy usually is a mirror staring back at us, and people having the gall, if not the stones, to be able to say, hey, laugh at yourself a little bit. It's fucking good for you. You should do that. And of course, we don't have that the way we used to. That is a long retired practice of having the ability to laugh at oneself. And it sucks because it should be okay. Like it should have never lost its luster.
Yeah, that's the thing. It has, and that sucks. I agree.
Well, and one of the biggest issues for me is that it's not just the fact that it's lost. It's how do we get that back? And I don't see a road there. And a lot of that is because, everything is just on display now, on demand. Mm-hmm. And that's why I love when a lot of comedians, like for their shows, they don't allow filming. And then they have their comedy specials where they have their things that are refined as far as that particular act or that particular show that they're touring. Mm-hmm. But part of what makes it so great is that, even with what you have kind of there, it's still almost like improv, because that happened, and once it happened, it's done. It's and it's more within one's memory, not because you and I see this at concerts and shows. People record all this stuff with concerts, and then of course they put it online. They post it, okay,
Right.
and it'll pop up in their memories every year. But how much do these people go back and watch this shit? Like, honestly, how far?
Probably never.
How far? I went through my phone and I went through my Google Drive the other day, and I found shit where I was like, oh yeah, I was at that show. Not just, oh hey, that was great. Oh fuck, I was there. I fucking forgot.
Wow.
How many people are doing that unless they bump across this stuff accidentally, where they're like, oh shit, there it is.
Yeah, it's got to be a good bit of people, I would think.
Well, and
There's
for
always-
me, I can't help but to just kind of go, to so many of these people who really are so hung up on this stuff, where they really are like, yeah, gotta have that, I gotta record and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, no, you fucking don't. Like, do you really think what you're getting out of this is, and that's my thing. I'm like, yeah, you're not really making this shit better. Like you may seem to think that it's like, okay, great. Yeah, I'm that's wonderful. I'm of the mindset where I'm like, how much of this are people going back to? It's not for professional purposes. And yeah, maybe like the introduction. Like when they come out on stage, you're like, yeah. But I mean, people do it like throughout the entire fucking show. And I'm like, first of all, what phone is that? Because your fucking battery life is amazing. And number two, like, how often are you going to go back and watch this? Is this a collection of something? Is this, what do you, it's one of those that's like, what are you doing with this?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm very much of the case of like, yeah, like I can't help but to go, what the fuck are you doing? Are you keeping this shit? Are you really? And you and I know the answer is no, they're not keeping this shit.
No, not at all. It's yeah.
And certainly not in the way where people seem to think that, like, are they really going back to like each and every frame going, I remember this, I remember that? And it's like, no, you don't. No, you don't. You don't recall this at all. Stop lying. You're full of shit.
Right.
You're not going back to any of this crap. That's a fucking load of hooey. Don't give me that crap. Yeah, in a lot of cases they're not. Yeah, they're not coming back to it. And can you blame them?
No.
Because 9 out of 10 times when people are recording this shit, they're usually fucking drunk and off their nut.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Yeah, because they would have to be, because you wouldn't get somebody who wasn't that would. Well, maybe you'd get some people, but not a ton, I'm sure.
Well, but once again, it begs the question: like, how are they going back to this constantly to watch this stuff? Especially when you're considering how much memory is now in like your average cell phone. I'm not even talking about like a micro SD card. It's like the built-in memory is like, oh yeah, I can have like 10 concerts on here, like fully through. And I'm like, and you need that because yeah. And I'm all for prosperity, but I'm also one of those people. It's like, I like the ticket stubs. Like I miss the ticket stubs where it's like, oh shit, that was cool. And I also miss kind of like, I love getting shirts, but now they're like $50 a pop at a concert.
Oh shit!
And it's a fucking t-shirt. And they go from city to city or place to place, and they kind of farm this stuff out to other companies. So in some cases, you might be getting a good shirt. In some cases, you might not be. I actually got 311. Other bands do this too, but 311 does event shirts where they do a shirt they sell just at that show.
Right.
And I bought one shirt at I saw them in New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
I was on a trip and there was a show, so I'm in New Orleans, and the designs are specific once again to that show. So I waited in line an hour to get that particular show, that shirt.
Wow.
It was $45. Okay. But on top of that, I say I didn't even have the shirt 2 months and it was already falling apart.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
And I have other 311 shirts I've got from other shows, and they've stood the test of time. One in particular, because they're actually going to be back here in August. I'm seeing them again. I think this is like my 10th time seeing them. But there's a shirt I bought there for a show, which literally the venue is like literally down the road. But I bought that particular one about 3 or 4 years ago, and that shirt is still in good order.
Oh, wow.
I still wear it on occasion. As a matter of fact, I'm wearing a 311 shirt now. Last year, my girlfriend went to 311 Day, and she bought me the event shirt for 311 Day. So, yeah, just recording that stuff. But getting back to the comedy, there's a show that I love called MXC, and it was on Spike TV.
I've seen it. Yeah.
Oh my God. That to me, now look, I'm a simple creature. I laugh at booger and fart jokes and dick jokes like anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a brilliance in what they're doing. And for those who don't know, so MXC was on Spike TV for 5 seasons. And what it basically was they took a Japanese game show called Takeshi's Castle.
Mm-hmm.
And what they did is they cut it up and they re-edited it as well as re-recorded it. Mm-hmm. And they basically parodied this show. But so much of their jokes were just so lightning quick, and it was all social commentary. As far as like one show was the political parties, and nobody won the games between the Democrats, the Republicans, and the Independents. And the joke was, well, of course nobody won because it was fucking politics. Like they're fighting amongst themselves and they could give 2 shits about us. And that was kind of the joke at the end. But the whole thing kind of plays into that.
Yeah, that's holy.
Yeah. But comedy, you know, and it sucks that comedy has now reached this point where we're not sure where it's going to end up, because people worry about comedy being too safe, and then people are like me, where it's like, no, comedy doesn't always have to be out and out edgy, but I think the best comedy is reflecting ourselves onto the joke. That's why I think one of the biggest issues now in the world is like we don't have a sense of humor about ourselves anymore. We can't look at our lives and laugh at it. And I think that does damage on a few steps, I think, or a few points. Right. You know, if we can't laugh at ourselves, how can we accept ourselves? How can we accept our failures? And even in some cases, our triumphs. How can we be better for ourselves if we can't understand what makes us tick, good, bad, or indifferent? And the true answer is we can't. How is anybody ever supposed to laugh at themselves? How is anybody supposed to come to grips with themselves if they can't be down to earth about the shit they do? And that's where comedy is supposed to come in. You know, that's what was always so great, bringing it back to George. That was so great about when he not only picked apart like our species and like what we've become, and how, you know, the media and corporations and religion have such a fundamental grasp on almost everything we do, especially if we don't study it, question it, or laugh at it. But even more so was like the jokes about the things we do. Like, you ever walk into a room and can't remember why you went in there?
Yes, that's happened more than once.
Yeah.
It scares me too.
You ever go to sleep on a late afternoon and then you wake up and you don't know what fucking day it is?
That's happened before too. I hate
Exactly. That was the beauty. Like, when he would pick apart our truths, you know, like flying on an airlines, you know, and the stewardess is like, get on the plane, get on the plane. He's like, fuck you, I'm getting in the plane. Let Evil Knievel get on the plane.
Exactly.
Yeah. Tell me to put my seat back forward. Well, I don't bend that way. If I could do that, I'd be in porno movies.
Oh my god. He was so great.
The captain has asked more shit from the bogus captain. By the way, who made this man a captain? Was there some armed forces ceremony that I slept through that somebody made him a captain, put a fucking badge on him?
Oh my god.
Yeah. Or my favorite is, as soon as we land, somebody gets on the PA and goes, "Welcome to O'Hare International Airport." Well, how can somebody welcome me to a place I'm not physically at yet? I'm still on the fucking runway. We're on the ground 4 seconds. She's coming on like the fucking mayor's wife. Yeah. Or like the sightseeing. Like, if you look over now, being 5 miles in the air, you can see the Grand Canyon. Lady, why the fuck am I going to look at this thing 5 miles up? If I want to go to the Grand Canyon, I will go to the Grand fucking Canyon. But that's what made him so great. Like, just, you know, our kind of looking at us, both good and bad.
Right.
Yeah. I think that's always the best humor. Perfect example, and I believe I've mentioned this before here, but when I look at like humanistic behavior that's studied and laughed at, or should be studied and laughed at, I think of my mother. And what I think of primarily is, so when I was growing up, and I've probably talked about this before, but when I was growing up, I had a mother who I obviously miss dearly. But she used to do this thing where she would call us on our birthday at the very time we were born each year. She would call, for me, it was 10:51 p.m. on December 26th. Okay. No matter if she would work night shifts, so usually she'd call me and I would be home. Okay. Now, keep in mind the expectation, okay, is that somebody would be there. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I have sisters. One was born at 3 a.m. and one that was born at 7 a.m. So, as you know, it was something that was very prideful to her. And she very much was all for it.
Mm-hmm.
Loved doing it. And we thought it was silly. We thought it was like, and literally we told her, like, nobody else, at least as far as we knew, nobody else fucking did it. Nobody would. Who the fuck, like, who would do this? Now, fast forward, and we were all together, and we rented City Slickers from Blockbuster. Yes, Blockbuster.
Oh.
Now, there's a scene in the beginning where Billy Crystal gets called from his mother at 5:16 a.m.
I remember that, yeah.
on his birthday. And we all saw that scene and looked at our mother, and we were like, what the fuck? And she was like, ha! Ha! And she was like, I told you, motherfuckers. And that was literally one of those things. We could not stop laughing because it was like, oh shit, other people fucking do this too.
Mm-hmm.
And we were hardwired to ourselves where we're like, no fucking way. Like, who the fuck would do this to their kids? Like, and when I say kids, I mean 15, 16, going into my 20s. My mother was still doing this. And we're like, are you fucking serious? Are you shitting me? Who the fuck does this?
Mm-hmm.
And I remember we used to, and for years, we gave her so much shit. For so many years.
Mm-hmm.
And she goes, you know, I love doing it for you kids. And she goes, you know, you can give me all the shit you want. You can fucking give me all the crap you want. She goes, I don't give a shit. Because she goes, I promise you, when I'm not here and I can't do this anymore, you're going to fucking miss it. And we at the time were like, lady, you're off your fucking nut. Like, you wake us up in the middle of fucking night. Like, trust me, when this is done, we're cool.
Yeah.
We will not want to revisit this. Guess what? What I wouldn't give for my next birthday for her to call me at 10:51 a.m. to wish me happy birthday. I miss it more than I could describe, and I gave her so much shit. I mean, and granted, it was all good ribbing. I mean, it was our mom. But I ain't gonna fucking lie. Like, we used to give her so much shit about. We used to sit there and go, you know what? We'll find out the birthday for our friends, and you can go call them on their fucking birthday. And I mean, seriously, we were like, Mom, come on, nobody fucking does this. You lost your head.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. And like I said, if there was a way for that to happen, it would be something. It would really be, and I have to say, the year she died, who I was with at the time, she actually called me on my birthday from inside the townhouse. She called me. She goes, I had a feeling you'd be missing this. And I was like, we've got all these onions out there. Why is it? She's like, we don't have any onions. I'm like, quiet.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know me at all. Just let me tell me this. But that's why comedy, I think, is just so important. And even to ourselves, like taking ourselves seriously. Like, and I see it, especially in a place like Utah, where everybody seems to be so fucking stuck up. And part of it is the religion, and part of it is the religion, and part of it is the uptight assholes because of the religion. But but I'm one of those people who it's like, fucking laugh at yourself a little. Like, it's healthy. It's good for you. to roast yourself, to know, because for a lot of people it's like, I'm not like that, like you can't make fun of that, and it's like, yeah, you're right, you're worse, dickhead. Like, laugh at yourself. It's good for you. I am a firm believer that it is so important to find a way to laugh at yourself.
Mhm.
It
Oh,
really
definitely.
is. It really is. And I also think that it is difficult for a lot of people. And I think social media has a hand in it, but also, you know, everybody wants to feel in control.
Mhm.
Everybody wants to feel like they have it all together and they have it all locked out. And I think kind of playing in that pool allows people to, I think it allows people to have some semblance of being, you know what I mean? Like on the up and up, like, hey, no, I got this. And it's like, trust me, you'd be amazed how many people don't fucking got it.
Right. Yeah, that's
like, you know, and once again, you know, for a lot of people, it's like taking the bang out of the buck, where it's like, we making fun of me. And it's like, well, yeah, maybe I am, but and I think there's totality points. Like, yeah, some shit you shouldn't really go after, but then some shit it's like, fucking laugh. Like, it's okay, laugh. And they're like, no, it's not. I'm like, okay, fine, then don't do it. Well, it just gets tricky because people get testy about that kind of stuff. You know, you can't joke about this, and you can't think that's funny, and yada yada yada. And I'm one of those people. It's like, I think finding the humor in the things allow us to survive. Like, if we don't laugh at this stuff, then we might be doomed.
true. Oh, yeah, we definitely will be, because it's the nature of the
Well, and
nature of
especially when people don't, they all find it bad when it goes that way. Because, and for some people, obviously, I get they had, maybe rough childhoods, or they got picked on or something. So for some people, I mean, it probably elicits like a very, particular time in their life where it is not easy to feel that way, where it's like, oh, no, don't joke about that, because they'll, I think sooner or later you have to find that balance. And
yeah, definitely.
also now more than ever, like, there are some people you can joke about with, and then there's some people it's like, dude, if you tell them a knock joke wrong, they will fucking run you over.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
you can say that. I've heard. Ugh.
Well, and it goes back to people not invoking a sense of humor. Once again, it is not just some people don't know how to take life with a grain of salt. And should everything be a joke? No, not necessarily. Of course not. But I always think it just makes more sense to be able to laugh at things. I think it's healthier to try to laugh at things, because I think if you focus on keeping it together and don't let things go, I think you're always in a place to possibly snap. I'm a firm believer that people, especially nowadays, are just wound too damn tight. And a lot of that comes from the internet. A lot of that comes from people being in a position where, like, you better take me seriously. We talked about it before. The way people talk to each other online, you see that shit? Like if they're like in the world, like, oh my God, they will fucking hurt somebody.
No.
With that.
Yeah, there's
they'll lose their fucking minds.
Mm-hmm.
So
definitely, yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, comedy's good for us, and it's in a weird place. Like those who do comedy now, there are some that either do what they do and just run with it, like Bill Burr, and then there are some like Tom Papa, who I enjoy, who he doesn't really curse, and he keeps a lot of his jokes very much on the level. I mean, he'll joke about things, but he keeps it very much on the level where it's like, okay, he won't give way to certain things in a controversial sense, but he'll joke about like, one of my favorites was dating. Like when you talk about you date somebody and when we date them, it's all flourishes and they're all made up and we're all gussied up and
right.
It all looks great and it's all just thrall and we're all locked into that. And he goes, you know how many of us are fooled by that? He goes, because fast forward 10 years, none of that's happening. Like you guys are too used to each other and like all that thrall and all that. Oh yeah, let's get dressed up for this. You're not fucking doing it. You're walking around in sweats and you're picking your ass in front of each other. And you're okay with that because it's been 10 years. The stuff you were doing when you were dating, when everybody looked all good and everything, that shit's over.
Yeah. Oh, yep. Definitely out the fucking window at that point with that shit.
Well, and he's like, and I love how he's like, it's an audition. And he goes, but it's fake because you're hoping that it all fits, but in that moment, it all just feels so new and there's so much energy and it's all positive. And he goes, 10 years later, it's like, y'all look at each other and it's like, hey, remember when I could fit into these pants? And it's like, well, yeah, you can't fit in those. You haven't been able to fit in those in like 5 fucking years. So he's like, yeah, it's not about love. It's like, who can you spend your life with that you will endure the most, who won't hate you? And you don't hate them, and you don't hate yourself because you ended up with them. And it's like, yep, that's a fair point. We didn't talk about any movies. Or at least the Polaroid or F1.
Yeah, not that. Yeah, that's true. We didn't. Well, we can. I mean, I liked Polaroid. Like
we can delve into it real quick.
Yeah,
Polaroid. Polaroid was a fun ditty of a horror movie, and when I say that, like a ditty, like I mean horror. Obviously, we adore it, hence why we do this shit. But horror is one of those things where there are some horror movies that really take itself too seriously, where they really shouldn't. And there was something about this one that felt very light and very fun. And it's basically around, as the name Polaroid would suggest, yes, it has to do with a camera that creates Polaroids, but it also has to do with an entity that's connected to it. And of course, you have these teenagers, because of course they're teenagers, that they take a picture and there's a shadow of the entity in it. Now, if you're in the picture with the shadow, you're the next target. Now, you can take a picture of somebody else and pass that on to them. And there's all these kind of rules. And I don't want to spoil it too much because it is a good time. And it plays relatively like you would expect it to, of like a cursed object.
Yeah.
There's a history behind it, and this is why it was cursed, and so on and so forth. And for me, having Shudder, which I love stumbling across this type of stuff where it's like, oh, this is really cool. You find yourself in a position where you're like, okay, this works. This is going to be a good time. And I really like that feeling, because horror movies for me, like, with many of us, it's a genre like many that ends up collapsing on itself. And I think horror's done it the worst, probably worse than like action movies or superhero movies, because the tropes used to be haha, they put that in there, and then obviously when you have so many tropes, they kind of collapse on themselves. So like jump scares, like, you motherfuckers, or it's like, oh yeah, we'll turn the camera this way and you'll think something will happen, but it really won't happen. That's why I like with found footage movies, when they try to bring in a scare, and because there's no music, they don't have a jump scare in that sense. I like when the scares are like set up, and then it's like, oh, it's there. And you don't have to cut around it 7 times to do that. Nor do you have to have jump scare music to fuck with people. It's like, no, do something where there's a setup, but it's roundabout. Not where you have all this music where it's like, oh, here it comes. It's like, no, play with your audience a little bit, especially outside of the tropes. And you and I both know that blood and guts doesn't always save the day. A lot of what's implied works better. And there's a particular scene in this movie where it does that. I'm not going to say what it is, but I'm just going to say it happens in the lunchroom of a high school. And I thought that was really cool because
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
I love that scene for 2 reasons. One, it sets up a lot of the mythology of what this cursed object can and can't do. And it does it very efficiently in this one scene. But the second part that I like is when they come to the realizations of what's going on. At no point, like, they all agree, like, this is crazy and all that. But at no point are they like, no, that's not what happened. No, that's not it. This is what happened. I read somewhere that this could happen. Because it all happened in front of them, in public, in plain view, they all come to the consensus, oh, fuck. This is real. We don't know how. And of course, that's where the story continues its course. But at no point are they like naysaying. They naysayed up until they all saw it happen. And then they all had the collective event of going, fuck. That was real. We're all fucked. And they're all like, yeah, we all are fucked. Welcome to being in a horror movie. So that's it. Yeah. And that's why I enjoyed this movie as much as I did. And like I said, it was fun. It was very unsuspecting. It's an easy view. It's like 86 minutes. Yeah. It's a quick burn.
It is.
And it works well. Like, that's part of the fun of its efficiency. And, at no point, I mean, there are horror movies that are like 92 minutes that feel like, come on.
I know what you mean.
Son of a bitch. Like somebody do something. And in the case of this, it's like, no, this rolls off the tongue very easy. It's such a good time. And definitely a recommend on my part. I mean, I told you about it and you were like, what?
Yeah. Well, see, because I had heard, because that movie, now I might be thinking of the wrong movie, I don't know, but that movie was supposed to originally get a theatrical release in like a few years before it actually did. And I believe it was a Dimension film back before they, disbanded or sold off, or however that worked off. But like, that's what I remember of it, because I remember hearing that it was going to be coming out, and I wanted to go see it, in the theater, because I actually went to the theaters back when it was supposed to get a release originally. And but then I just all of a sudden it just never came. And then you told me you saw it, and I was like, "You did? How'd that happen? Where'd that come from?" Because it basically disappeared.
You know, and I hate when that happens because, and that's why I'm grateful for like Shutter and stuff, because especially going on like certain sites and you learn about movies
Mhm.
and you're like, oh yeah, I heard about this. One that was a perfect example of that, where when I finally was able to watch it, I was like, fuck yeah, and I was not disappointed, was Late Night with the Devil.
Yes, I have not seen that one as of yet. So that is found footage, though, right?
It is. It is one of those. And I hate to say genre defining, because found footage as a genre just feels weird. But I mean, we know it is. It's a subgenre to horror in a lot of ways.
Mhm.
But what was so brilliant about the way this one was done is that they took the concept, and I guess you could almost say making it literal, because in the case of a lot of found footage movies, yeah, I like the way they play, but there's also the case of, so they had the camera on the whole fucking time. Do I have that right? And some of it, especially when the characters yell at each other, where it's like, do you still have that camera? And it's like, yes, they do, because we wouldn't have a movie otherwise. Holy fuck. In the case of Late Night with the Devil, it plays as a found footage, as a documentary, highlighting a particular event. Having said that, it is broken up between the actual telecast and behind the scenes stuff, where obviously they weren't on the air, but cameras were still on.
Oh, wow.
So it all makes sense. It's not, oh shit, somebody had a camera on them. It was, no, there would be some kind of camera rolling. There'd be like a B-roll or what have you. And then you see stuff kind of happen in between. And none of it feels like, once again, where, oh, somebody just happened to have the camera on. It all fits. And that's what makes it so great, especially once you start to kind of learn. And it's crazy how much character exposition, character arc happens, because the movie itself is like an hour. It's like an hour and 32 minutes. And they fit so much, so well. And like I said, once again, it's a found footage movie, found footage horror film, but it's kind of played into like a pseudo documentary. And that's what makes it so smart, because if it's based around a talk show, it's like, well, you don't have to give a reason for the cameras to be on with somebody running around going, oh yeah, I'm still filming this. That's, and for me, that's why found footage, like, it's so few and far between the ones that work and the ones that don't, because it's an easy way to serve up, kind of like a horror thing. But even in the movie, like, it's almost meta. In the found footage movies, it's like, oh, you still have a camera. Why are you holding a camera? And it's like, why are they holding a camera? Especially when they try to create false tension, and it's like, oh, the battery's going to run out on this. And it's like, the battery's not going to run out. They're not. They'll be fine. The battery is doing fine. Nobody's worried about the battery. The battery is gonna make it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's one thing that always makes it kind of interesting with those type of movies, where it's like, oh yeah, found footage, and it's like, no, more like found a fucking extension cord so the camera never runs out of power.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There we go. That's
and I can't help but to look at it that way, because it's like, because for my money, it's like, is that really how this plays? Like, that's how this works? Okay. Yeah, especially just kind of, like I said, just kind of laughing at the whole situation, where I'm like, okay, sure. And before we push off for the night, we'll get to the one last piece. I saw it yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And, everybody loves a good underdog movie. And here's another genre that almost seems to kind of write itself, like found footage. And I got to see F1, which I am a fan of the sport. I love F1. I love European auto racing. One thing that was fun about loving European auto racing was the fact that my father was a huge NASCAR fan, and I had the best time watching that and then giving him shit about fucking toilet bowl racing, NASCAR racing. So for me, for my money, I was always, giving him shit. But I grew up when F1, and granted, it is still extremely dangerous because these people are traveling at 180 miles an hour through turns. But people really fucking died in F1. And I know there was a fatality not that long ago, but it also kind of lends credence to the holy shit. Like, it is very dangerous, and then some. And this movie plays very much as you would expect, where it is an underdog story. I mean, it's kind of Top Gun and Days of Thunder thrown together. I call it Brad Pitt Stop Gun. And it's really what it is. And, that type of underdog story always plays tried and true. It's beautifully photographed. The director he got his wish. He wanted to make an F1 movie for years. And it highlights a season, or at least the latter part of the season. And what's so great about these movies also is, like, when you look at, like, oh shit, this is how you have to make this thing. These movies it's not simple setup. And that's part of maybe the reason why they're so expensive, because they go to these locations. Like, they go to, like, the Belgian Grand Prix, and they go to Abu Dhabi, and they go to Vegas. And you have to keep in mind, you can't just make this happen, because you are, like, in the case of, like, Days of Thunder, you're dealing with NASCAR. Talladega Nights, dealing with NASCAR. This is dealing with F1, and F1 is, like, international. Like, when you think of, like, FIFA soccer.
Right.
So when you make movies like this, you literally are filming in the middle of these races during an ongoing season. And you can tell, I mean, the idea that they shit out money for this is, like, putting it mildly. So,
check that out.
It is definitely worth watching. I mean, don't mind there's fireworks in the background. Today is Pioneer Day, where they celebrate discovering this fucking place. And it's like, yeah, here they like to call it Pie and Beer Day because it sounds like pioneer. Ha ha ha. Yeah, pie and beer.
Discovering like, oh no shit.
Founding Utah, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize that they had that. Like,
well, other
wow,
places
look at
have
all
it too, but here, like from a fireworks standpoint, they shoot off more fireworks during this bullshit than fucking 4th of July, which is saying something.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess because this one is just focused on them. I don't know. That's
I mean, well, and when I got here and found out it was such a big deal, you know, the pie and beer bullshit.
Mhm.
Like pie and beer, because it's like, haha, pie and beer, and it's like, shut up.
Mhm.
You know, it's so cute. No, it's not fucking cute. Stop it. I'd have more fun celebrating fucking April Fool's Day than this stupid shit.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
no,
know,
definitely.
the state that was founded, you know, under a false religion from a guy who married 12 and 13-year-olds.
Mhm.
And no, I'm not talking about our current president. Oh!
No, that's a good one. That's
Oh!
a good one.
Oh! He
Damn it.
did
I don't have
not!
the shit. I don't have the I didn't move quick enough to have the fucking I
Oh,
took
the
the music
soundboard?
out and yeah, and I put something else. I had something else in and I totally blew that one. Damn it.
It's
I
okay.
got to get better on the
Yeah.
uptake.
Yeah, I couldn't help it. I had to lean into that one.
That was a good one. I like that one.
I couldn't. You know what? I was trying to keep my mitts clean, and then I was like, no.
No, don't clean your mitts. Make sure that just speak it. I love it. I approve. Speak it.
Oh, and it's funny too because people love to kind of lean into that shit here with the pie and beer and make it cutesy, and it's like, oh yeah. Do you think the Native Americans who got slaughtered? Did you think they want some pie and beer? Did they want some cobbler? Huh?
That's great.
So, but I highly recommend F1. Good time, great underdog story, beautifully photographed, and they use a lot of the similar technology as far as like the cameras that they had in Top Gun, where because some of these cameras, these digital cameras, are like so small, and they're movie cameras, they're cinema cameras, and you know, for some people, when you watch like Maverick Top Gun and the way they're in the cockpit, you're like, holy shit, that's amazing green screen. And then you're like, that's not green screen. They were in the planes. Same thing applies here with the cars.
Oh my god.
Yeah, beautifully photographed. And then especially well, because two of the big races in towards the end, Vegas as well as Abu Dhabi, they take place at night. So there's like fireworks, neon, and like I said, this is one of those movies you know they had to shit out some coin for because they are it is global. So no, it's a good time if you get the chance to see it in the theater. It obviously plays well in the theater. It's definitely shot for the theater experience. But next to like Superman, like it's a movie I'm looking forward to seeing again.
Yeah, I don't know when that's that'll probably be out on VOD soon or whatever, or you know, I'm sure that they'll
Probably
do
sooner
that.
than later. Like in the States,
Yeah, I would think.
movies like that, especially something like F1, which is more obviously international. Overseas, it's making money big time. Here, it's doing fine, but that would be like you know, making a FIFA movie and then like expecting it to like make $200-300 million here when you know that's not going to happen. But overseas, you know that shit's going to make money.
Oh, of course, definitely going there.
Definitely more of a global market type of situation. So,
yeah, and the one other thing that I wanted to ask you tomorrow.
Tacos.
Happy. Well, tomorrow's in. Oh my god. Tomorrow is Happy Gilmore 2 Day.
Yes, it is.
Are you excited? Do you not care?
So,
predictions.
Okay. It's not that I don't care. I actually love when I saw Happy Gilmore in the theater, I really liked it. And this was coming off of Billy Madison, which I didn't care for or I didn't really get at the time. So it feels a little bit in some ways like like we talked about Beetlejuice.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, I mean, it's cool you were able to make it happen after all this time, but at least for me, I wasn't like, I didn't have a fervor about it. I was like, okay, if you're going to do it, do it. At no point was I like, okay, yeah, this should be good. This is going to happen, blah, blah, blah. No, for my money, it was, that's cool. And I remember hearing little bits and pieces about it. And another thing too, with a lot of these reboots or these very distant kind of legacy sequels, is that they seem, you've got like Netflix and all these other companies, like they don't have theatrical releases the way they used to. A lot of this stuff is like Netflix, like, oh, they decided to do this and they decided to do that. And kind of like with, with The Accountant too, which I enjoyed, but that was like 10 years ago. And they had a theatrical release, which was fine, but it came through Amazon. So its theatrical release was short, and then it came to streaming and has done very well for itself on streaming to where we might get a third one. And I hadn't seen the first one until right before seeing the second one. So it was like, okay, now it all tracks and makes sense. But I wasn't holding on for it. In the case of Happy Gilmore, I'm excited for it in my own way. Am I like going to watch it the second? No, I'm not gonna be there the second the needle drops. But I will definitely see it. Doesn't have Carl Weathers, so it's not the same. Doesn't have Chubbs. Well, and especially now, and you and I both know where they reach such a point of having to bring back certain things because it is nostalgia. I mean, the first one was what, 30 years ago?
29, because it was 96.
Jesus.
It's insane.
And no Bob Barker.
No Bob Barker. I wonder if it'll be another like celebrity thing, but it's just, I just don't see like, and look, I love Sandler for the most part, but it's like, I just don't see a point. Like, I just think Netflix was like, make us a movie. What can you do? And he's like, oh, we'll do I heard like Christopher McDonald. Did you see him as Shooter is now doing fucking Subway commercials?
I
was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, and keep in mind that, he has had a huge contract with Netflix. And that's why Adam Sandler is worth like $500 million. And this is a man who refuses to dress up for his own openings for his movies, which is telling you a lot. But for me, like, it's cool that they're doing that. It's gonna have Travis Kelce in it. It has Margaret Qualley in it. Oh my God, she is divine.
Oh, she's in it. I didn't even realize that.
Oh, I know. But she
she makes me unleash his substance.
God, that fucking movie. Oh my God. But I mean, I'll check it out. It's not something I was holding on for. So the fact that they made it is like, that's cool. But But Happy Gilmore was like the first movie of his that I liked because I remember not really caring for Billy Madison, and then Bulletproof was okay but not great.
Right.
And then I liked Happy Gilmore. Oddly enough, and it's funny because I just don't watch a ton of his movies. I like his stuff, but a lot of his stuff kind of plays the same. So after a while, it's like, okay, that's cool. But honestly, my favorite movie of his is The Wedding Singer.
Yeah, I love that movie.
Yeah.
I do. And watch them. You know what? If this movie does well, mark my words, Universal already made a Bulletproof 2, so that, well,
For
if they were
some
to do
reason.
another one of those, they would just like axe that or forget about it or whatever. But if this does well, you're gonna get a Billy Madison 2 for sure.
No.
I have a feeling.
No.
And then they'll push through. They'll do another Waterboy. You watch.
That's not nice. Why you say that?
Rob Schneider needs work too. So
he needs his fucking head examined. That's stupid fucking.
That he does too. He does too. Oh, that's great.
And that's probably another thing. So real quick, that's probably another thing that kind of hits a tone for me. Some of the people some of his friends, the people he quote unquote employed, I love, but that's not a big list. Like,
right.
I never found Rob Schneider funny. He lucked out because he's friends with Adam Sandler.
Right. Well, yeah, that's true.
And even on SNL, like, he wasn't very funny. I don't think David Spade's very funny. I've never thought he was very funny. Farley made him funny. And
yes, that's true.
And
that's true.
I just never got from him that bit where it was like, okay. Yeah, just never did shit for me when it came to the likes of him. And Kevin James was the only one I've ever found halfway funny that can actually act, and has made a couple movies where I was like, wow, I didn't think you were actually any good.
Yeah.
But even he's kind of a stretch. He's fine, but I wouldn't consider myself like a fan.
Yeah.
And then the only one out of that group, at least for my money, that really was anything, and this was early on in his career, not so much now, is Chris Rock.
Yeah, Chris Rock.
I was a fan of CB4 because that movie was so stupid. And I was also a fan of when he had like some of his comedy albums, as well as when he had his own show on HBO. He had a talk show on HBO, actually.
Oh yeah. I remember that.
And that was a good time, and that was fucking popular. That shit was huge for a while. So, but that whole group just never did it for me. And when it comes to anything I've ever really liked of Sandler's, it was his albums.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Piece of shit car. I got a piece of shit car.
Yeah, I went to see when that album.
Put on your yarmulke. It's time for Hanukkah. So put on your yarmulke. It's time for Hanukkah.
Yeah.
Like some of that stuff, like, like the goat tied up in the back of or the booth guy. I'm coming out of you humpity fucking bitch. I'm coming out of the fucking booth. Like that. that shit was funny and irreverent, and a lot of it worked because, especially like comedy albums, like, you know, that's such a space to explore. It's almost like podcasting, where it's like, yeah, you just kind of go with it.
Right.
But yeah, a lot of his movies never really did it for me. So with Happy Gilmore 2, yeah, I'll check it out. At some point. Yeah, that's not something I'm holding my ass about.
Yeah, no, I don't think that's going to be in the ass quiver section. Or the ass tingler.
The ass tingler. There'll be no tingling of the ass during Happy Gilmore 2.
No. No, not at all. Not at all.
Whew.
Well, on that note.
And on that note.
I guess that
you've
is
wasted,
it.
You've wasted another
tonight.
perfectly good 4 hours with us.
Yes. By next week, the new website will be up. All of the shows will have their own personal RSS feeds. So Rabbit and Red will be on its own feed. Cody stuff will be on its own feed. All that good stuff. And I'll be putting up some of the older archive stuff on iTunes too. I think I'll see what I can pull together. But yeah, this website design is killing me. And I don't know if you've heard of Fiverr ever. You know that those freelancers.
I know them. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh God. I with the new hosting. I'll just say this real quick. Whatever. But the new hosting company that I have now for the website. I didn't know how to use their website builder. So I was trying to design the site. It wasn't doing what I wanted. I hired a Fiverr person to do it. They said they could do it within a week. I said, look, all I want you to do is take the information from this site and move it to this site. I said, I can't migrate it because it was built with a web builder. So I need the stuff because I didn't feel like copying and pasting shit. I'm one per. It'll take me forever. So I paid $150. They said they'd have it done in a week. I'm like, okay. So a week comes and goes, nothing. The day after the deadline, they messaged me and they're like, here, we did pages for you. Let me know what you think. I look at the pages that they created, and they're supposed to be a site jet expert because that was the name of the website builder. That's the name of it. I look at the pages they designed. They look like shit. And half of the information wasn't on them. So, and this is a day after the deadline, mind you. So I messaged them and I said, look, this is what a show page looks like. I want the page to look like this on the site that you're designing. Okay, yes, I can do that. Perfect. Another week goes by. So this is a week and like a day over the deadline. I hear nothing at all. So I go to Fiverr. I cancel the order. I request a refund. Wouldn't you know it? Because I had an ad on Craigslist looking for new shows for the network and stuff. Like, you know, like I looked for you for a thing for Rabbit and Red. I was looking for just new shows. So this person, and I know it's them, created where they have another account, like Miss Shubda's show or something it's called. And they contacted me trying to like express interest about a hosting thing on the network for some show. And I knew it was them, so I just didn't respond. Then this person creates like fake numbers. I don't know if they got burner phones or what, whatever country they're in. And they've been calling my phone multiple times a day. And I know that this is them because the first time they called, they left a message and they're like, "Hello, Mr. Mike." It's like, Jesus Christ, where are we going? They're like,
Mr. Mike.
"Hello, Mr. Mike. I'm interested in doing a show for your network and blah 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 blah." And I'm just like,
Okay.
this is literally, they're calling me like 5 times a day throughout the course of the day for like since I canceled the order. So they don't leave messages anymore, but they still call at least 5 or 6 times a day.
That's so
So
shitty.
yes, so do not use Fiverr for anything. And I gave this person the benefit of the doubt. I gave them over a week past the deadline. And the thing is, normally if somebody's running late, because I used them before, this wasn't the first time, and if somebody's running late, they'll contact you and be like, "Can we extend this order by like 2 or 3 more days?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure, no problem." This one
Right.
was like nothing. Like nothing. So
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe they were new and they didn't know what they were doing, but
I mean,
all right,
that's
I've taken up
possible, but
enough of your time.
I mean, it's possible, but yeah, I've used them once. They were okay. It didn't exactly blow my skirt up.
Yeah, no, and that's just ugh. But yeah. So that was my Fiverr story. I was gonna
No, I'm glad we got to it. We'll end
No, 'cause
it on that note, because that's a good one.
Yeah, no, because I wanted to mention, because I've been fucking the website. The new website was supposed to be up probably like, well, I was just gonna do a new Rabbit in Red site before I decided to change or rebrand. So, and that was part of the reason I decided to rebrand, was because I'm like, this person screwed me, and I don't feel like, and they took down rabbitandredradio.com is down because she
Oh,
wiped it out.
there you go. Damn.
Yeah. Yeah, because I did. That was the thing. I woke up Saturday morning to a message, an email saying that my password with the old web host that I was using was changed, because they were supposed to. I gave them access because they had to, copy and paste the stuff, and they wanted to like pull it from the old. I don't know. So, yeah, I was up like all night Saturday then trying to like wait for the Hossinger to get back to me and like help me get my account reinstated. It was a whole fucking nightmare. So I'm just like, fuck this with them, and we're rebranding. Fuck it. Fuck you.
There you go. Fuck it.
That's it.
Get a condom and fuck it. There you go.
I was gonna be like, we'll do it live, but we are doing it live, so
Exactly. So we're there.
yes. Yes.
And on that note.
Yes. And on that note, we will see you guys later.
We packed a lot into that sardine can. Look at that.
Yes. Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Hold on, it's not hitting. The goddamn thing is not working the way I wanted to do. God.